Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good to see everybody. Boy, look at everybody that's here tonight. Got 31 people viewing all together. Got Twilight Nights over on Rumble right now. We've got, let's see who's all in this giant. Let's see who's in this one over here on Sov's Place. We got Voy over there right now. Jehovah's daughter Barbara. Twilight Nights is over there too. I appreciate the shit out of that, y'all. Let's see who else is over here on this side. Let's get into this one here in the main channel. I've got Daniel Watkins. I got David, also known as Logan Freeman. We got Jake here. Lisa Marie is with us tonight. Push Button 62. Saddle Bum's with us. Stacy Jones. Twilight Nights. Boy, everybody's just piling on in here. Boy, I'll tell you. If you missed the last stream and you went to go watch it and you noticed that it was deleted, that was due to some kind of stupid copyright shit. Now, I could have gone back and just edited that out and posted it back onto the show. But you know what? Fuck them. I didn't. So it's over on Rumble. If you want to go back and watch it, it's on my channel on Rumble. And we can put that little crawl up here that tells you the different stuff, man. All right. Now that we've got that out of the way. So my attention was drawn to a debate that I have yet to have watched. I've probably only watched like the first bit of opening of this. It was on Modern Day Debates, and it was let me get this guy here. What was his name? Blah 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 blah. Hang on. Some William. What was this guy? I don't really understand what is. It didn't give me a whole thing. William Harris. His name is William Harris. And he's apparently, I guess, an aerospace engineer or some kind of shit. But anyway, from what I saw, he did not even fare very well, even in the very beginning of this debate. His opening, he exhibited much of the characteristics that he liked to spout that flat earthers have. Being condescending, and of course, using the typical logical fallacies of this can only mean, and the like. We see this all the time with these guys, right? Some of you may have gotten a screenshot of a Craig the Fight the Flat Ass. He posted on Twitter. It was really quite disgusting, and also kind of, I don't know, to me it substantiates some of the shit that I've thought as to why he would continue to go on and embarrass the shit out of himself. But in any case, he tried some shit on, he dropped right out of the conversation on Twitter with me. He couldn't hang. So with that being said, I want to go ahead and share this over here, and I've moved it up to where they do their intros and whatnot, and we'll be stopping it periodically to kind of go over some points that are made, if that's all right. If anyone would like to come up and join me, I have a link in the pinned comment of the chat, so pop that sucker. But keep in mind, we are here tonight. This is the topic, Rasta. This is the topic, Rasta Bear. We will stay on the topic, right? All right, good. So let me pull this up. This is what we got right here. And I'm going to go ahead and hit start, and I will be stopping it, as I said. Let's see, we got, there's Anson Howard has shown up too. Good to see you, my friend. Malcolm Sheen here too. Who else we got? Melodome, what's happening, brother? yeah. I sent that to Melodome too. We'll probably, maybe, I don't know. I don't even, it's so fucked up. I don't even know if I want to even go into it. I mean, it's just, wow. I'm just, yeah, wow. Okay.
Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Modern Day Debate. Tonight, I'm your moderator, Justin. Tonight's topic, Flat Earth versus Globe Earth. We've got William Harris debating Witsit Gets It tonight. And William has volunteered to go first. So, William, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Everyone see my screen? All right, you see it now? Okay. My name is William Harris. I'm an engineer. My degree was in engineering physics. My specialization was in spacecraft systems. I've had many courses in orbital mechanics and spacecraft design. Today, I want to explore this comparison of the predictive power between the globe model and the flat Earth model. What do they predict, and what do we observe in reality? The first point I want to make has to do with one of the most primitive proofs of a globe. It is the experiment from Eratosthenes. Essentially,
I know. I can't even believe that he even invoked this fucking nonsense. Okay, I know. You're laughing. I'm laughing. This whole shit. We were even talking, Mojo and I was talking just a little while ago, as to whether these motherfuckers actually even existed, and we have our doubts. But in any case, let me let this go. I can't believe he actually opened with this nonsense right here. That even Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the high priests of globiism, he even stated that he showed, and we've showed it on here before, where this isn't proof of spherosity nor of a level plane in either way. Okay, because as you can see, they'll both work. It's just the conditions. But the one thing we do know is that sun rays, as in over on the left-hand side, don't come in parallel. In fact, the very definition of the word ray comes from the word radius. That's right, because it radiates away from its source. Okay, so just by its own definition, they're not parallel. Where's any balls with parallel? These people in their fucking mind shit. This is crazy, man.
Actually, the globe and the flat Earth both would agree that as you go up in latitude across the Earth, a shadow would increase its angle more and more as you go higher in latitude. The question is not will it increase in angle? The question is what trend does the increase in angle take? How much does it increase in angle over the latitude? The globe would obviously predict that at the pole, it would be a 90-degree angle. It would be an infinite shadow. But in the flat Earth, it could never be a 90-degree angle. It would never be an infinite shadow, obviously. So the question is,
The fuck
which
is he
one do we
talking?
observe
What? Well,
in
hold on.
reality?
The fuck was he talking about? An infinite shadow? The hell is he even going on with? This guy's already off to a bad start.
Of course, the globe is correct. We see these infinite shadows all the time near the poles. Next, star movement. A globe and a flat Earth model both agree that in the North Pole and point C, you would see a circular pattern of stars as they move across the sky. But when you get to the equator on a globe model, you would see stars go from east to west in a straight line across the sky. And on the South Pole, you would see them go in a circular motion again, but in the opposite direction of the North Pole. But in a flat Earth model, you predict that on the equator, you would see not straight line of stars.
When I stand on one side of my room, my ceiling fan is going from one direction to the other. When I go to the other side of the room and look at it, it looks like it's going the opposite direction, but it's still going from that. And it didn't change direction. My living room's not a fucking globe.
Going across the sky, but a curve of stars going across the sky on the equator. And at the point D on the South Pole, you would still see a curve of stars going across the sky, but just more straight. So definitely not a circle pattern. So the question is, which one do we observe in reality? Oh, we do observe the globe in reality. Sounds great. So we talked about star movement. Now we talk about planet movement. So assuming we were on a globe that is orbiting a star, and there are other planets orbiting the star, we would predict that we would see these other planets and observe specific.
Observing a pattern is not a fucking prediction. Okay, observing a pattern is not a prediction. I predict that it will be Monday this next week, right after Sunday. I predict, see, because of globe science. Fuck me.
Type of motions from them from our point of view. A really identifiable one would be retrograde. We would see this very specific pattern that you see on the GIF on the side of my screen if we were in that situation, that's to say. And what would flat earthers say about planet movement? They would say, I don't know what planets are. We don't know what those things are. We just lights moving across the sky. There's no way to know what they are or predict how they work or have any explanation for them. So which one has better predictive power and which one do we observe in reality? Of course, we do see planets having retrograde motion.
I fail to see the predictive power behind observing a pattern.
You know, I don't really see where he's made an argument either way. He's basically just showing what both sides are saying. You know, even with the Aristophanes experiment that he was showing there, he had both the ideas of the round earth and the flat earth.
Yeah.
But one thing interesting about the Aristophanes experiment, if I was to take a half dome and put little spikes across it, little planks on it, and then shine a light above it, what he showed there would be kind of what we see. Just simply taking pencils and sticking them in a styrofoam ball,
sure,
half ball, and then putting a light above it.
But in this case,
what
we
was
know already
displayed would be what we see.
Right. Well, there again, you would have, and this is my questions about the entire experiment altogether. First off, was the I don't know where he got the idea that sun rays come in parallel, but they don't. That was one of the things that was needed for this whole idea. Secondly, the idea, I'm trying to figure out how in the fuck he communicated with someone 500 miles away at the same time to observe this shadow with, unless if he did it on different days. and assume, like on the same day of the next year, assuming that the sun was in the same position. There's a lot of problems with his whole, if you want to call it an experiment. There's a lot of problems involved. And there again, just like with gravity, the scientific method was not used. Okay. It really wasn't. There were no controls put into place. What was the independent variable that was manipulated? How did we determine the spherosity other than, okay, well, I have this idea and here's some math that says, okay, that's what it is? No, that is a description of what you said. It's not proof of what you said. That's what people get confused with these mathematics. Okay. A mathematical formula is not proof of something. Mathematical formulas are an expression or a description of something. And just like with any other type of information, garbage in, garbage out. Okay. A good example of that is your gas company, for instance, right? They put everything into a computer. Well, let's say that they have your name, your address, your date of birth, and all of that shit that they require or whatever, perfectly okay, right? But they've entered an error in the amount of how much you owe, and you get your bill. Did the computer make a mistake? Absolutely not. The person that entered the data made the mistake. The math checks out until you break it down and find out that the mistake was made by putting in a value that was not true. This in turn makes the result untrue. And
no, as far as distance, I only know distance basically on how they acquired the information. And I guess the way that he figured out the distance to Alexandria was Alexander or Alexandria, I don't know which one, but was to hire somebody to actually pace that distance.
That's another thing I'm pretty skeptical of too, but I think it would have had to have been an already known distance. And I know that I've seen those markers in Europe, mile markers put down by those people that measured it out, walked it, paced it out and put these stones out along the side of the road, marking how many miles it is. And so it was painstaking. I can't see someone doing it specifically for the purpose of this experiment because it's not a cheap endeavor. These people that do that didn't come cheap, So unless he had a lot of disposable income, if he even existed, I mean, it's a nice story, but either way, to use it as proof or disproof is not. I think it's like level one. I think it's level one when it comes to this debate. I don't know. What do you think, Anson? You're muted.
How's my mic sound?
It sounds pretty good, brother.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. It's like you say, they're giving us a hypothetical person a long time ago doing an experiment with loads of possible errors, like literally putting stones down around the place, where we've now got lasers that we've done these, perfect experiments to prove flat Earth, and this guy wants to come out with this with the Greeks. Basically, it always comes back to the Greeks, the obsession,
Yep.
And it is an obsession. It's not based on any fact at all.
No.
So yeah, I again, it's his argument is a terrible one in my opinion. And not just to be harsh on the guy, but it's just I mean, but then again, look at the image he's given us. It's juvenile. Like, he's not going to convince people that flat Earth isn't true by giving us the silly image,
Right. I mean, and there again, it's a case of this can only mean. And it's like, no, it doesn't only mean that. Look at here. And the thing is if you look at planetary motions, when they're transposed over an AE projection map, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. They make these, it's like a spirograph. You remember that thing? where you could put, they had like a little geared wheel and you'd pin it down to the paper. And then you take this other gear, it had different holes at different distances from the center. And then if you put a pen down in it and then roll that gear inside of that big ring, it would make those same kinds of patterns. And what I find interesting is that it very much resembles the same as you get with a magnetic field is displayed with a ferrocell of the magnetic fields. Have you ever seen how they do that? They'll take a ferrocell and they put light around the edge of it and then apply magnetics or electromagnetism, and you can actually see the flux in light following the magnetic wave. And it makes these beautiful spirograph looking designs. It's really quite something. So
yeah, a bit like those Tibetan things they make with the sand. It's a similar thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's how they probably, where they get it from. They're like, they have this real profound understanding of these sort of energies, and they're expressing them through this like amazing artwork, you know.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
it's
sir,
awesome.
I really like your microphone. I've been using the same one for over a year now. It's an awesome microphone.
Yeah, man. Well, there was like 2 within that range in Argos, and I was like, well, I'm going to spend the extra 20-30 quid just to upgrade because it's an investment. So I'm glad to hear it's sounding good.
I see a little controversy as to where I am at. I am not in West Virginia. I am in Western Virginia. West Virginia is the state just west of me. I'm about maybe 45 minutes from that state line. So yeah, I'm in Western Virginia, which, just off topic real quick, the famous song Country Roads had to have originally been about Western Virginia, because here's the point. See, he talks about the Blue Ridge Mountains. Well, the Blue Ridge Mountains are out my east window. So they can't be in West Virginia. And the only place that the Shenandoah River ever even touches West Virginia is up north at Harper's Ferry. So I believe that song was originally Western Virginia. But with no further ado, let's get through this thing a little bit here.
Exactly how globe model would predict. Next, lunar eclipses. It's a crowd favorite. Obviously, the only object that will always project a circular shadow is a sphere. And in a globe model, you would predict that you would have lunar eclipses, and those lunar eclipses would always be circular every single time. The Earth is always at a different orientation for every lunar eclipse, so it would be a circle every time, no matter what the orientation. The penumbra and the umbra would both be circular. So, and we would predict that we could pinpoint exactly when it would be observable and where exactly it would be observable down to the second. That would be predictable if we were in the globe. Now, if we're in flat Earth, what would they say about lunar eclipses? They would say, I don't know what that is. I don't need to explain what that is. There's no way to predict what they are or how they work or why.
I would never say any of those things at all, because as all of us here know, that eclipses are not predicted. Again, it's a cyclical pattern that repeats itself, that was recorded and is still used today, called the Soros charts, the Soros cycle. Okay. Still used today, was created over 5,000 years ago by flat earth fucking Babylonians, baby. So no, I would never say any of that. Would I say I don't know what eclipses are? I would pretty much I would guess that yes, in some instances I would say that. Well, like a selenilian eclipse, for instance, that really throws it a wrench in the spanner, or spanner in the fucking gears, right? Boom, it's done. That one right there is bad enough. The shadow going the wrong fucking way across the distant object. And of course, as we've done here a few times, we've shown that by the ratio of shadows using the same light source, the Earth's shadow on the moon should only be approximately 1/10 the size of the moon. So you would see a small dark shadow go across the face of the moon. And this is easily done. This is easily done to figure out the ratio of that. So somebody's lying about something. Okay, it just doesn't add up. Cooking the books, man.
How they work. So which one has better predictive power? The globe does. We do predict these orbits down to the second.
Oh
I
my
might
God.
add. We do predict these eclipses down to the second in reality, and where they're observed, obviously, as well. Constellations and the North Star. Both the globe and the flat Earth theory predict you will see the Polaris, the North Star, in the North Pole. But when we go to the South Pole, on a globe, you would see the Southern Cross on point D and point E. But on a flat Earth model, you'd predict you maybe would see the
Does this guy not know that it is not? All right, first off, where he's showing this down here at the bottom on the left, where he's showing this, that's well within the beyond the 60th parallel. Nobody's there. Okay. This is in Antarctica. Basically, this view would have to be taken place from, right? Secondly, it's not dark in the southern hemisphere at the same time. So how could they possibly see the same constellation at the same time? It doesn't hold water, folks.
Southern Cross on point D, but you couldn't possibly see it at point E, right? Because it's on the opposite side of the planet. So what would you see in the night sky of point E? Well, they don't have really any explanation of what they would see because it would have been obvious, but there is no explanation for it, what they see there. They can't see the Southern Cross, that's a guarantee.
We see the Southern Cross the same as you do. Just because of knowing the Earth is not a globe doesn't mean we can't see the Southern Cross. But no one in every area of the South is viewing. They're not all looking south and seeing the fucking Southern Cross at the same time. You know why? Because it's not daylight at the same time as it is dark time in the other side.
Right,
Holy
but what I
shit
think
shit.
he's referring to there is the object D and E. We'll just pay attention to the flat Earth side because, like I said, I've thrown away the globe and I want to look on the flat Earth. So if we look on the flat Earth side of D and E, the locations of D and E, we can argue that there could very easily be two people, one person on D and one person on E. And if they're both looking at the Southern Cross, one would have to look outward left and the other would have to look outward right, according to me, both looking south.
They would both have to be
Both
looking
be
north.
looking towards the ice wall
They'd
to
have
see
to
the
be,
Southern Cross.
right. If they, well,
Why would
that's
they be
what they're
looking
claiming.
north to see the Southern Cross?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm getting at is that they're not both seeing it at the same time.
Right, but what he's trying to describe is that even if they were, let's say they were both looking at, I don't know why they would both be looking north. That doesn't make any sense to be looking north to find the Southern Cross. But I mean, most people look south.
Yep.
But what he's trying to suggest is that D would have to be looking to the left to look out at a Southern Cross, and E would also have to be looking out left across to see the same object in the heavens. So E would technically have to look all the way across the plane of the Earth,
Yep.
over past where D is looking at, to see the one object in the sky, unless there's, thousands of Southern Crosses all around the edge. For if 1,000 people were to look, let's say we had somebody in, we don't even need 1,000. Let's say we have somebody in Chile looking at the Southern Cross, and we have somebody in Australia looking at the Southern Cross, and then we have somebody down in the Cape Horn or whatever, down in the southern part of Africa looking at the Southern Cross. All of them would have to be looking outward from the plane.
Right.
So if they're all looking outward from the plane and they're all pointing in different directions on the AE map, then they would all have to be looking at different directions at three totally different objects.
Right, but that's assuming that they see it at the same time.
Well, you would have to. They're all in the same hemisphere. All the people that are looking at the Southern Cross that night are all in the same hemisphere.
Well, for instance, right now in the middle of the daytime, have you ever been able to observe, say, the Milky Way or the, any of the other? How about the Big Dipper? You don't ever see any of that shit during the daytime. Okay. Once in a while, you can see a bright star during the day, but that's not very often that you ever see any star in the daytime. Okay. So they're assuming that everybody's looking south and seeing the same thing. Well, that's not true. They're not. See, they and as you pointed out, they can't be. Holy shit, do something with that. Holy crap. What's going on, brother? Jesse?
I'm good. I was just trying to put the phone up and it fell, so pardon.
You just deafened my dog is all. No.
Just making some dog food right now. So basically it's all in the big container. It's like almost up to the very top. I just got to add in some pumpkin seeds and some sunflower seeds and then some beef broth and then mix it up and make it into stuff. So I'm here to hang out and chat. If there's any good time for me to respond, I'll just put it on mute. And thanks for having me up.
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna let this play. What are you talking about, Greg? It says this video is not an Austin Witsit debate. Do you see what it even says on the title of it? You'll see him here in just a moment. He was at the beginning.
So which one do we observe in reality? Yes, we can see the Southern Cross at point D and point E. Flight times. So this is real flight data observed in real time from flightaware.com. I encourage everyone to go do this and test these data points live. There's thousands of them every day. Chile to New Zealand is a 12-hour flight, goes 7,000 miles. Seattle to London is a 9-hour flight, it goes 6,000 miles. It's not perfectly linear correlation between the time and the miles, but it's still generally reasonable, especially with the currents of air that go in near Chile in the time of year. So this is what you would expect if we were on a globe. If we were on a flat Earth, I can't tell you exactly the travel times they should be because on a globe, they never have a good scale on exact distances for what a flat Earth map would have.
I just want to go on record as saying there's a lot of shit about airliners that I don't think they're telling us. I really do. I know that when Max Egan took a flight, one of these direct flights, that the flight map on the back of the seat in front of him that you can pull up was completely bullshit compared to his compass. And when they mapped out the compass readings at every journey, every leg of the journey, it showed a straight fucking line. They weren't going around nothing, man.
So please tell me that you do believe that airplanes use fuel to fly and that they actually fill them up before flying.
I have some questions about that, man, because I've seen like where they've had a wing busted open, half cleaved by fucking poles or birds or whatever else, and there's no big puddle of fuel. And this has happened on the tarmac. And there's no puddle of fuel underneath the wing where it busted open all the fuel tanks and shit. You know,
they would have to use some sort of fuel to fly. Yeah. You would think.
I know, but I'm like wondering where the fuck are they putting it, right? They say it's in the wings, but then I'm seeing like, well, how come the shit's not leaking out? And I'm looking at the volume involved in those wings, and I'm thinking, you know, that much liquid in those wings wouldn't you see like a downward bias on those? Wouldn't that put stress on the fucking fuselage?
Oh, I asked because I've heard that argument before, and it's kind of hilarious that we use machines all the time that use gas, and all of them we know for a fact when the machine doesn't have gas, it doesn't run.
Yeah, but
I mean we have battery
check
machines.
It out. We know where the gas is. We can actually identify. Look, here's a tank where the gas goes in this car, right? Here's a tank where the gas goes. And if that gets ruptured, that gasoline will come out all over the driveway, right? Same thing with a tractor, same thing with an or not an airplane, but, same thing with any kind of a diesel, a ship.
Well,
technically, it's
you can't determine where the tank on a car is either unless you get underneath the underbelly and look at its underworkings as the car drives by. You have no clue if it has side saddle tanks, rear tank, a front tank.
It's pretty apparent. It's apparent pretty quick.
But
we know that the thing that gets me is that then you've got that lift ratio that you have to get. you know, where weight is a consideration, right? Weight is a definite consideration, and that's a lot of weight. And like I said, if it's in the wings, I mean, where else would they put the gas except inside the fuselage between the passengers and the rest in the outside of the plane?
But there's also talks
They
that
just need
there's
to
the,
assume
the
somewhere.
actual, but there's actual talks that a car engine is only burning using 30% of its actual fuel. So the other 70% is wasted. So part of the jet fuel hoax is that they say how much fuel they're actually using to justify the ticket costs. There would have to be like 50 of those tankers, to go into these jet fuels. So part of the engines, they use the fuel to get up there, but once it's up there, they're using air compression to help, move it along. So it's not using the amount of fuel that they're saying, but the reason why it's such a hoax is because they need to justify the cost by how much fuel that they're using for each trip.
Right, right. And then they
Wow.
got these big broads
Those are
wanting you to
interesting
have to pay
claims.
for an extra seat for them, give up a seat so that they can, only pay one price but take up two seats. I'm like, are you shitting me, man? Come on, why don't you just fly FedEx or something? Some of you've seen those big broads that are trying to, the fucking airlines are fat phobic. Oh,
That's so
and
wrong.
making a
Did
big
you
fuss.
just suggest putting the cow in the box?
I did. I suggested UPS even, I was like, why don't that broad just fly on, UPS freight, or check herself in at the baggage claim, what the fuck? Come on. Probably be cheaper anyway, right? Anyway, let me get on with this thing.
Because the geometry.
Oh, I just wanted to say, if that's all you got is a flight route, despite non-measurable convexity, all of the rest of it, that's it. That's what you're hanging your hat on is a flight. Okay, sounds good.
Doesn't make any sense. But you can obviously see that Chile to New Zealand would be about 3 times longer than Seattle to London. So is that what we see in real life? Does Chile to New Zealand have a 30-hour flight? The answer is no. The flight was 12 hours, not even close. The Coriolis effect. The globe has a Coriolis effect that dictates hemispheres on the hurricanes in the north hemisphere and hurricanes on the southern hemisphere will rotate in opposite directions because the equator of the globe is spinning and moving much faster, and the wind is moving faster at the equator than it is at the poles. So it would be different from the north hemisphere versus the south hemisphere. For a flat model, you could argue there shouldn't be a Coriolis effect. But assuming there is, for some reason, a Coriolis effect, it would not change between the north hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. It would be consistent for both. It'd be the exact same. Everything would be turning in the same direction for hurricanes. So the question is, which of these two do we observe in reality? Of course, we see the globe Coriolis effect in reality. Now, this is my last evidence-based argument. This is my favorite one. It's for gravity because it is the most observable, consistent topic in all of science ever since the beginning.
Oh my God.
Is just gravity. So you can observe it every single day, all day, from a micro scale to a macro scale. Micro being you throwing a ball to your friend with projectile motion, or tossing a nuclear bomb from one country to another using.
Oh my God, he just invoked two hoaxes in one fucking sentence. Nukes and gravity. I was all today into it big about this very subject of fucking gravity and how it's people say, I'm like, how do you have containment of an atmos? I said, because gravity. I said, show gas having a downward bias. Show that. Show gases having an accelerating. So gases matter in mass, and mass attracts mass. I said, okay, well, show me air having a 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration. You can't, because it's horse shit. These people don't even understand how gases behave. And that's what gets me. It's like, come on, man. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was just something that came natural to me, but I've always fucked around with, pressures and shit like that. And, creating little fucking gizmos that work off of a created pressure. Even I was fascinated at first by this little thing I had, this little sub. And all you had to do is you put a little bit of baking soda inside of it, and then you put a little bit of vinegar, a drop of vinegar, and then you put this cork in it and stick it in the water, and that son of a bitch would putt along because it had a little jet out the back where the carbon dioxide would go out. And I was like, that's really cool. And then I had another thing. It had a little diving bell inside of it. And as you squeeze the plastic bottle that it was in, that thing would dive down. And as it went down lower, the little claws would open up. And you could pick shit up because as soon as you got down on it, you let loose of the pressure and the thing would clamp up and float back to the top. So I was, why is this doing this, Dad? Oh, here, I'll show you. And, it's just been something that fascinates me. And for people to invoke these absurd physical impossibilities that they do around this type of subject just makes my butthole pucker, man. It really does.
Projectile motion and gravitational equations. It can also explain the existence of an atmosphere on a ball in a vacuum, because an atmosphere, although it is very, very low density, it is still made of atoms, which still have mass, and mass is attracted to mass with gravity. That is the rule.
That was wiped out by Einsteinian gravity. People need to get the memo. You're like 100 years too late to be invoking Newtonian gravity. But
so yes, the atmosphere will cling to the globe because the globe is a very massive object. That is why an atmosphere does not disperse into outer space. So it can predict we would have an atmosphere. We could predict the motion of the Earth around the sun and the motion of the moon around the Earth using gravity. We can predict the tides of our ocean using gravity, because the tides of our ocean is a product of the gravitational pull of the moon on the liquid on the ocean of our planet. We can predict the Earth and all other planets' motion in our solar system, as well as all the asteroids and comets that we see orbiting our star. We can predict the motion of the stars that orbit the galaxy and the motion of all the galaxies in our universe by using gravitational equations. It is the most validated concept in all of science, and to deny its existence is for a fish to deny the existence of water. So what is the predictability of the flat Earth when it comes to something like this? Nada. They don't have anything to predict these level of phenomena. So I finished with my evidence-based arguments, and now I want to talk a little bit,
I want y'all to pay attention to how long this portion of his presentation is. How much time he spends on this.
Up and talk about psychology. I want to talk about the psychology of flat Earth and talk about why in the world does this theory still stick around? It cannot be because of evidence. It is not because of evidence, because every single opportunity that it could have to prove itself true, it fails and proves the globe is true every possible time. So why could it still exist? If it's not for the evidence, then why?
You about to get a learning, boy.
It is because it's about the passion behind the idea. Because the followers of Flat Earth are extremely passionate people. The followers, I want to characterize and profile the followers versus the leaders of Flat Earth and contrast them. The followers of Flat Earth are extremely passionate people. They're insatiably curious. They always want to know why, and the next step, why, and that's awesome. They can also have a distrust of scientific institutions, and they can potentially have predispositions to believe in conspiracy, and maybe have a little bit of paranoia as well. Now, let's contrast that to characteristics of Flat Earth leaders. Flat Earth leaders are extremely charismatic and very articulate, as my friend Witsit is. A very charismatic and articulate man. But they are also extremely arrogant. They believe they know everything. They are intolerant of criticism, as that would project weakness to their followers.
Is he not describing McToon, Fight the Fat Ass, Simon Dan? He's given a perfect description right there of those fucking idiots.
And they're exploitive of their followers. They will ask their followers to support them in their endeavors. And then we need to ask, why? What is the incentive these leaders have to push misinformation that they know is false? Because these people are smart. So they know they're not pushing a good faith argument. But why would they want to do that? What incentive do they have? Well, number one incentive is pure fellowship. Having people be loyal to you and follow what you say is attractive. Having attention is attractive, even if you're not following them. I'm giving him attention right now. And that's another incentive they can have. A sense of superiority over their followers. When someone listens to you, that's always nice. And of course, they can make some money along the way as well. So if you have listened to nothing I've said tonight, if you have listened to nothing, just listen to this last part. This is the part that I want to make crucially aware of. This is the most important bit. No individual understands all of science. None, despite what Witsit will tell you. No individual understands it all. An astrophysicist doesn't understand everything about quantum mechanics, and a quantum mechanist doesn't know everything about astrophysics. So when you are faced with an
Except for
unintuitive
Fauci, he's
or
Mr. Science.
unexpected fact,
That's right. That's right. When he is science. He said that. I remember that. He said that shit. I am science.
do not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
No.
Do not throw the universe out with a misunderstanding.
The universe.
Push Occam's razor to the forefront of your mind and understand it's far more reasonable that you don't have all the information rather than the model for the entire universe is wrong. And that all scientists, almost every scientist, are liars or ignorant. And my last statement is flat earth leaders do not have some special power of understanding things better than everyone else. And please do not fall prey to their con. Thank you. That's my time.
Recordings just got better.
Well, that's a good sign.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that
Dana. I bet you Dana from StreamYard is probably watching my show right now. Hi, Dana.
You know what I hate about that commercial? I pay for StreamYard so that I can stream unlimited, and I still get that stupid freaking commercial. I mean, you guys collect all this information when you collect our data through cookies and whatnot, and you know exactly that I own this junk. Why are you still advertising it to me?
Did you ever get your cookies? I haven't got mine yet. They said, "Will you accept cookies?" I said, "Yes." And I've been waiting like a long
I know.
fucking time, man. Because I like cookies. I hope they're chocolate chip.
Yeah, they didn't even tell us what type of cookies. That's messed up.
Anson, that's what we call biscuits in America.
Oh yeah, we for us a cookie is like a giant biscuit, which is like buttery.
Okay,
but it's the same. Right. It's the same principle, but cookies for us are more like those almost moisty ones,
So over there, then when it comes up that little thing and it says, "Will you accept biscuits?"
No, they'll still try and get us with the cookies because the cookies are bigger, more desirable, thing. It's all psychological. You see, that word cookie has connotations. It's like a
So let me tell you something, man. I've got some funny shit that happened. Just based on little things that people don't understand what it means over there. Like everybody over here is going Trump, Trump, Trump. And I'm thinking of people over there and all they're hearing is fart, 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 President fart. Because Trump is a fart, right? And I had this friend. I went over to London to hop the flight from Rhein-Main Air Base, went over there for the weekend. And me and my friend, we were in this pub, and there was a rather attractive girl at the bar, and he went up to introduce himself. And all I saw was her smack him, and the bartender start laughing. Well, he had gone up to her and said, "Hi, my name's Randy." Or he said, "Hi, I'm Randy." And she smacked him across the face. And I didn't even understand what the hell are you talking about? The bartender told us that Randy means the same as horny in America. So basically he walked up to a strange woman and said, "Hi, I'm horny." And I thought it was funny as shit. Anyway.
Yeah. I think she must have been a bit crazy though, because it's a very old school expression and isn't exactly insulting, but still, you take it the wrong way,
Yeah, right. Well, he was kind of a pervy looking fucking guy.
All right.
Anyway.
Well, there we go then.
He's from Arkansas. He got mad because when we was in a train station in Frankfurt, there was people, it was like during rush hour and all these people were getting off the train. And one of them this woman bumped into him and she looked at him and says, "Yankee Schweinhund." And he was mad because she called him a Yankee. He says, I ain't no goddamn Yankee. I'm from Arkansas. And he was all upset about that. And I was like, I said, Huck, that was his nickname. I says, Huck, do you not understand what a Schweinhund was the worst part of what she called you, man? All of us are Yankees. He says, I don't care. I ain't no damn Yankee. He was going to go yell at her. He was looking for her. But anyway, it can get crazy. So that's the end of his little.
All right. Thank you very much for that opening, William. So that was right on 10 minutes or 12 minutes. So good job. I'm talking, yeah. You can't hear me, William?
Oh, wait.
Oh, we can hear you.
Oh, I can hear you now. Sorry.
Okay.
I was eating everything.
Anyways, yeah, I'm just saying that was on 12 minutes. You're good. You were worried about being over. It's not an issue.
Practice that.
All right. So with that, Witsit gets it. This is your chance for your opening. So good luck. Floor is yours.
All right, cool. I'm going to start a timer. All right. There was a lot there, but
I'll say.
For one, I want to see if we're going to keep the same energy of Occam's razor, which is that which requires the least amount of assumptions. That, of course, is terrible for the globe model. But one thing I want to cover real quick that can just end this whole entire discussion, it actually overlaps with the gravity thing. He said gravity is mass attracting mass, which is objectively not the case anymore. It can't be the case. The Earth quite literally cannot be a ball that orbits the sun with mass attracting mass. Newtonian mechanics can't exist. And I'm sure we'll get into that. And I don't know why people keep invoking it. But one thing I want to point out that I think is an easy way to kind of go ahead and end the conversation is we have an electric field on the Earth. Okay. So we have a uniform electric field. It's vertical on the Earth, and you can measure the electric field, right? It has equipotential lines. It's 100 volts per meter, meaning there's an equal increase of potential every 100 or every meter. It's 100 volts, right? So there's equipotential lines within a vertical electric field on the Earth, and it's uniform. Okay, this is physically impossible on a sphere. You can take a conductive sphere and put it in an electric field, and because the charge is distributed radially, it will not be uniform. This is a fact. You cannot have a uniform electric field on a sphere. So the very electric field we observe on the Earth proves that the Earth is in fact not a sphere, because again, there will be spherical radial distribution of charge. What you would have is concentric circles serving as your or equipotential surfaces or lines, and then you would not have a uniform electric field. Now, just to read Feynman here to explain it, another thing that can be measured in addition to the potential gradient that we just discussed is the current in the atmosphere. The current density is small, about 10 microamps crosses each square meter parallel to the Earth. The air is evidently not a perfect insulator, and because of this conductivity, a small current caused by the electric field we have just been describing passes from the sky down to the Earth. Okay, and you can measure it. You can run a generator off of it, actually. Now, the question would be, if there's constantly a downward electric current on the Earth, would that create a downward bias? Would downward electric pressure be caused by the downward electric current? The answer is, of course, yes. Yes, we would have a downward bias because there's always a downward electric current. To get more specific, although the electric current density in the air is only a few microamps per square meter, there are very many square meters on the Earth's surface. The total electric current reaching the Earth's surface at any time is very nearly constant at 1800 amps. This current, of course, is quote unquote positive. It carries a plus charge to the Earth. We have a voltage supply of 400,000 volts with a current of 1800 amps, a power of 700 megawatts at any given time. Now, that's assuming the size of the Earth, it's actually greater than that. So to kind of break this down, I hope everyone's following. People refer to the fact that things fall as gravity. That is allegedly the effect of gravity. That is little g. It is 9.8 meters per second squared.
So I want to make sure I understand something, because I wasn't sure if I picked it up exactly right as Austin Witsit said it. Now, the electrical current, we all know about that, and I believe he said that it has a lower current, and then it gains in electrical current as it gets up in altitude.
Right.
that the electrical current becomes much stronger at the higher altitudes and much lower
Right.
at the lower altitudes.
Right.
Okay, I was just wanting to make sure that I have the heavy electrical currents at the high altitude and the low electrical currents at the low altitude,
Let me
because it does raise a question about the gradient.
let me go ahead and show you. I don't know if you can see this or not. Well, let me pull myself up full screen. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna go ding. All right. So I don't know. Can you see this right here? Above we have the positive, right? And the plate, of course, the Earth being the neutral or negative. Now the negative wants to pull towards in all directions, underneath and above. The positive wants to push away, again, above and below. So when we cancel out the dipoles, in other words, we get the negative and the positive up here on the top cancel each other out. The negative and the positive down here at the bottom underneath cancel each other out, as you can see in the bottom diagram, leaving only thing left with a downward direction, because the up and down above the plate on top and the up and down below cancel each other out, leaving only a downward vector. That's just kind of a diagram of how that works.
So this is basically a replacement of gravity using that electrical current in a sense.
Well, the thing is the way I look at it is like this. It's not really a replacement for gravity, because there again, I don't believe that is
a different explanation.
viable. Right.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is with that current, okay, that is what causes the bias. Okay, that's all. It's not what's responsible, but it's what causes the vector. It determines the direction. The buoyancy and density of things sorts everything else out. The condition is set through electrostatics, and buoyancy and density just sort everything out.
That makes me wonder if it's a stronger force up high and a lower force down low. Wouldn't you think that objects would be reacted by a stronger force up high more than down low?
Well, you
So
do.
it would make the gradient backwards, being that there's much more
Think
force
about
up
this, though.
here.
You do weigh more at higher altitudes. You do. And it's basically due to the weight is not due to
the gradient, not myself.
weight, but see, the weight is not due to the to a downward bias created by gravity or anything like that. The weight is nothing more than a relative density per volume of something within a given medium. And if the medium can support the object, then it will float. If the medium cannot support the object, then it will sink. In other words, the amount of the medium that the object displaces, if it weighs more, and of course we just discussed what weight actually is, then it will, if the medium that is displaced weighs more than the object displacing it, then the object that is displacing it will float.
So why I was asking that is because, I mean, you would expect that, air being acted upon by a greater force, how the gradient is formed according to the stupid ball earthers is that because we're close to the ground, it has a heavier air down at the ground level. And as we get further and further and further away from the force being mass, which I know you don't like, but further and further away from the force, the gradient gets less and less and less. Where this would almost suggest that, I mean, the air is acting upon by a force, and this would suggest that the air up above would be acted upon by a much greater force. In other words, being much greater.
The force is merely the displacement caused by the object seeking equilibrium.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if I take a ball and I put a little bit of force on it on the table, it rolls a little bit of difference.
Right.
If I take a ball and I put a lot of force on it on the table, it makes a big difference. So the major amount of force up above would have a major effect, being it would be heavy up above you.
Well, if we could ever get up to that point with somebody out there or something to test that with, yeah, maybe we could see about that. But the thing is that, like I said, the electrostatics, I don't believe, are the cause, but merely set the vector. You know, it just determines the direction, and of course, that direction has already been established, right? Buoyancy and density, again, sorting everything out. It's kind of like the example I showed with the helium balloon and the regular air balloon in the automobile, that the helium balloon sought the least dense part of the atmosphere of that car, which of course, when the car accelerated, was toward the front, and then when it hit the brakes, was in the front. Now, of course, this was only momentarily, but you could see it as a viable demonstration. Now, we know that there was no gravity in the front of the car or in the back of the car, or even when they did the turns, there was no gravity to the sides of the car. It was merely reacting to that. Now, if it were not constrained and that action was put upon it, you'd see it go up at a diagonal, is what would happen. And
the air was affected by gravitas, not necessarily gravity as as we're standing here dropping an object.
Right. It is in the context
when
of
the
weight.
vehicle moves forward, there's an additional force of gravitas added to the vehicle of around 2 to 3 meters per second. Now, meters per second is an interesting thing, because what speed would that car be traveling at 2 or 3 meters per second?
That would be really fast, man.
It wouldn't be really fast. It could be going very slow, or it could be going very fast.
3 meters per second
isn't the speed.
Oh, you're talking about the inertial frame.
Meters per second is a statement of acceleration, not a statement of speed. It is if a car is going down the road, let's say 70 miles per hour or so. Here, we can use this one right here. Wait.
But regardless,
wrong one.
Regardless of what that is, right? What you're saying, the point is that normally, as us denser than air objects, we as well went toward the back of that car, but not necessarily because of that, but because we are being accelerated forward. We're of course going to feel the force of that. But the point is, with the gases, there they are at rest, sitting along, and when the car brakes, the fucking balloon goes back, whereas everything else in the car moves forward.
And that does show that gases are acted upon by gravitas, because the car itself was creating an additional gravitas. Right. Now, as I was going with this question, let's say this car was traveling at 70 miles per hour for an hour. You know what I mean? How is it that it's traveling only, sorry, I'm saying this all backwards. Let's say this car was accelerating at, let's say, 2.3 meters per second for an hour, but it's traveling 70 miles, or it would reach 70 miles per hour much quicker than the hour limit that it's traveling. So at what point does it stop traveling 2.3 meters per second?
Oh, I don't know.
I can answer that. If the car is then traveling 70 miles per hour, let's say we started our tracking of the car at exactly 70 miles per hour. Mm-hmm. And we followed the car all the way for the 1 hour of travel. Mm-hmm. It went 1 mile. It would be going 0 meters per second in acceleration. But the moment that car applied the brake, it would then result in a 3 meter per second deceleration. And they both go about the same speed. I mean, some higher end sports cars can stop at a much faster, around 6 to 8 meters per second. Mm-hmm. But it's not a speed. It's either acceleration or deceleration. Mm-hmm. You cannot really say it's a speed.
Cool.
Once you reach a neutral speed, is what I'm saying. Once you reach a neutral speed, you're not traveling meters per second.
All right.
That is not gravity, as in the cause of things going down. It is things going down. You can actually solve for that with kinematic equation. You can actually solve for that using Coulomb's law. There's an equivalence that has been proven in the electromagnetic nature of gravity, a paper written by Konstantin Meis, who sat on the board of Nuclear Physics Institute, right? That you can actually have an equivalence with electrostatics. Now, important to note, everything does not fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. That is a misnomer. People are taught everything falls at the same rate and mass attracts mass. It's a very simple layman way to explain things to people when they're younger in school. The reality is things fall at different rates. What a coincidence that the electric field creating the electric current is very nearly constant, just like the rate at which things fall. So that right there explains things falling on the earth and why there's a downward bias, why it's nearly constant, but it fluctuates. Gravimeters have proven that things fall at different rates during thunderstorms, and mass and quote unquote gravity have been excluded as a possible explanation. I have all of these papers. I'll drop them as they're requested. In addition, so that gets rid of the spherical claim. You cannot have a uniform vertical electric field with equipotential surfaces on a sphere. That's physically possible. That gives you the downward electric bias that's measurable, showing things fall and change at which rate they fall based on that objectively. So now you're going to have to claim there's something additional there that you can't verify, but we can actually verify our position based on empirical evidence. Let's use Occam's razor. Remember that which requires least amount of assumptions. So we're just going to go with the actual evidence. And also, in order to have a vertical electric field with equipotential lines, you actually are going to have what's called a Gaussian surface. And to quickly explain that, and we can get into it, in Gauss's law, you have what's called Gaussian surfaces, and typically they're used as mathematical or hypothetical constructs. But when you're making a physical demonstration of, say, a uniform electric field, you're going to need real physical plates to serve as those surfaces, right? And they have to be parallel to each other, and they have to be perpendicular to the field. Well, on the Earth, we have a vertical electric field. So what is perpendicular to vertical? It is, of course, horizontal. So in order to have the actual equipotential electric field we have, there has to be some type of containment above us. It has to be parallel to the surface, and it has to actually be horizontal. And this is just facts. So that argument right there, that fact alone, gets rid of the spherical geometry claim. It gets rid of the quote unquote gravity claim, and it gets rid of the we live in a ball, I'll live on a ball in a vacuum claim. Okay, that's 6 minutes, and we can get into that. And again, this is Feynman Lectures. It's 9.1, I believe, and it's about atmospheric electricity. You can check it. You can check the measurements yourself. You can go out and verify it yourself, and you can run generators off of it. So for the last few minutes, what I'm going to do is cover a couple things that he said. Retrograde motion.
All right. M-Ball, you do realize that we're playing a recording, right? Witsit's not really here. Okay? Witsit's not really here. This is a pre-recorded debate. Okay? Just so you know.
Is not exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun. In fact, in order to think that it was, you would have to not believe in the current model, which uses relativity and actually says there's a kinematic equivalence between a geocentric stationary position and a heliocentric model, meaning all planetary motion, all geometric patterns are equivalent in both models. They're equally valid. Einstein will tell you this point blank in all of his papers. He said it. So there's kinematics, how bodies move in relation to each other. And then there's dynamics, which is the supposed force that causes them to move that way. Okay, gravity would be the claimed dynamics. And then kinematics is just how they move. Retrograde would be a kinematic observation, right? The planets look like they go backwards. Now, of course, on a stationary Earth, there are multiple explanations. One of which is we measure the planets in relation to the background stars. So if the planets were to actually just slow down on occasion, they would look from our perspective to be going backwards in relation to the background stars. There's a much more popular one that's been known about for a long time, which comes from the Tychonic system. That's Tycho Brahe, which is where Kepler and everyone even got their data in the first place, right? And Tycho Brahe, or a neo-Tychonic system, would say that the planets move around the sun as that entire system moves around the Earth. Then you would have the exact same explanation that a heliocentric model has, which is it looks like they're going backwards because they're moving in relation to the sun, right? And then you have internal planets, et cetera. So there's a kinematic equivalence with retrograde that isn't exclusive to the Earth flying around the sun whatsoever. And in fact, the Mercury's perihelion shift shows you that their model doesn't even work. Gravity doesn't even work, and it still hasn't been explained to this day. Okay, and we'll get more into this stuff hopefully, but lunar eclipses, he said that the only shape that can have that is a sphere. You can, of course, put anything in front of something that's taking some type of spherical shape, which could be plasma. If you look at light from a distance, it looks like a sphere, right? It has a radius of light. So any light source from a distance is going to look like a sphere because it has a radius of light, right? Illumination. Same with the planets and everything, but that aside, you could take a cylinder and move it in front of the moon, and it would create a circular shadow. This has been replicated many times. If you've never heard of it, it may sound unfamiliar to you, but it is a fact. You can take any shape and move it in front of it and cause the circular shadow. And actually, lunar eclipses debunk the globe, as we have selenilian eclipses where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth during the eclipse, when supposedly the Earth is blocking the light from the sun, casting a shadow onto the moon, which is a geometric impossibility. This is another time where we'll throw Occam's razor out, I'm sure, because Occam's razor is the globe's worst enemy. North Star cannot be seen from super far south. That's correct, because you can't see forever on a flat Earth. And whenever all these things were called predictions from the globe, they're actually just, we looked at the sky, we recorded it over hundreds or even thousands of years, and then we crafted a globe Earth model based on the celestial observations. That's quite literally how we made it. So that would be the opposite of prediction. That would quite literally be the opposite. So if you say, hey, look, I'm going to look at all the sky and then make up a model in my head of the Earth being a globe, then I'm going to say, hey, look, the globe predicts what happens in the sky. That is hilariously backwards.
Awesome.
I still got a couple minutes. So that is post-diction, not prediction. And actually, we can see Polaris below the equator at times, which is also a geometric impossibility on the globe. And this is where Occam's razor will get thrown out again, and they'll start making excuses, special pleading, post hoc rationalization, etc. Flight times actually use GPS, which use a preferred direction. They make meridian corrections. So in the south, they use GPS to get the distances. They make meridian corrections, actually subtracting distances over 69 miles and accounting for the preferred direction of C. Actually, the variant nature of C. I hope we get into that, right? If that's what he specializes in. And then, of course, like I said, gravity is not mass attracting mass. That's archaic. So for the last minute and a half, I'm going to explain this. Most people that claim that the Earth's a globe that flies around the sun, they all bring up Newton, the mass attracting mass. You cannot believe in Newtonian mechanics and the heliocentric model at the same time. This is a fact because the Michelson-Morley experiment did not detect the orbit of the Earth. And if there's a force acting on the Earth that causes it to go into a circular motion, you would detect that circular motion with interferometry. That's what the Sagnac effect is. We did not detect the orbit. Einstein came in and saved the day by saying, oh, well, actually, the Earth is free falling in a linear path in the curvature of space-time in a geodesic path. That's why you couldn't detect it, which means, quite literally, either you pick Newtonian mechanics or the Earth is orbiting around the sun. You cannot have both. And in fact, if you do anything with orbital mechanics or aerospace engineering or anything like that, they use Newtonian mechanics. So if that were to even be true, which actually you treat it as an ellipse from our position, that would be evidence for a stationary Earth, quite literally, because if the Newtonian mechanics was true, the Earth cannot be orbiting around the sun. So it's very perplexing as to why people bring that up. Of course, also, it doesn't have a time variable. Gravity would have to be instant. You would have to have instantaneous action at a distance, just like Newton said. He didn't even propose a cause. He said it must be God doing it, et cetera, et cetera. So I know that was a lot. I try not to go too fast. We can get more into the specifics, but Occam's razor is, in the last 10 seconds, obviously that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane and that the Earth is in the center of the cosmos. Everything moves around us for all recorded history. You have to actually make tons of assumptions to explain how those are all illusions. Cool.
Well timed, Witsit. Thank you very much, both of you, for your opening statements. Allow me to...
Holy shit. I was trying to think of who this guy up here on the upper left reminded me of. If anybody remember on The Office, Dwight Schrute's brother back at the farm, that dude looks just like him, man.
Just welcome our viewers at over 800 strong tonight. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. This is a fantastic showing. It's always exciting to have great debates going on tonight, flat Earth versus globe. Now, if you think you have what it takes for making a case, whether it be for flat Earth, globe Earth, pinned in the top of our chat tonight is...
Lisa says the drive-thrus never get his order correct. They don't get your fucking order correct anyway.
James's direct.
Oh, let's have another commercial. There we go.
Direct email.
I'm not going to make you endure that stupidness.
So why don't you let him know what you think you can do to strengthen the claim of flat Earth or globe Earth, or any topic you think you might be qualified to defend. We're actively searching out for new presenters here on the channel, so now's your opportunity if you ever thought maybe you could do something about it. The other thing I want to draw attention to is we are this close from rounding 170,000 subscribers on
Holy
Modern Day
shit.
Debate. We've got over 800 people watching. I would
Here, I thought I was breaking big wind with 1.25 thousand.
love to assume you were all subscribers right now, but chances are you're probably not. So why don't you go ahead, hit that subscribe button, if nothing else, just so we can see that digit roll over. It would be a wicked thing to see tonight. A huge feather in my cap, actually. If I could turn to James and go, see what happens when I'm mod, we roll over subs, bro. You know? Yeah, we're about to head into our opening statements. I already have a slew of super chats. If you have questions for our debaters, keep them respectful, but by all means, send over a super chat and we will read them at the end of the open discussion. Gentlemen, we can start the open discussion now. I'll sit here and stay out of your way unless you guys start to dogpile. Keep it respectful. Have fun.
Oh,
So,
Let the shit show begin.
thank you, Justin. What's it? Do you believe Newtonian mechanics is true?
no.
Okay, that's correct. What do you know why it's not true, and why it is useful though still?
I don't care if it's useful. It's not true. And
I didn't say it was true either. Why
So
is it
you know what?
useful?
Because it's really easy to use and simple to use, and we can use it for things on the Earth that I can use like 10 other different equations for.
Because it's made good at predicting the future, right? On our small scale. Oh, no? You disagree?
Yeah.
No. So
It doesn't work on the small
projectile motion is a kinematic equation from Newtonian physics. Do you think
Okay.
projectile motion is good at predicting things?
Yeah, sure. We make predictions.
Okay,
with-
so you do think it's good to making predictions, Newtonian
You-
physics.
yeah, I just said it can.
So you
make some
contradicted
pre-
yourself already. So now predictions.
All right,
What
what's
is a
not going to
prediction?
happen is that
Can you
you're
make
going
a
to interrupt
prediction?
me when I'm responding. So you can calm down.
This is how desperate these fucks are for any kind of a win. This is what cracks me up. Okay. This is how desperate they are. Oh, okay. Cut them off and say, you just admitted. I run into these fucking retards on fucking Facebook. I run into them all over the place. And it's like, if that's the level you have to go to, I don't know, man. You don't seem like you got much. So anybody that's watching this would go, well, that guy's too quick to shut somebody up. He had more to say, obviously. Yeah.
Down, you're not tough. All right. So
I'm
I
sorry.
already acknowledged that it does make some predictions. Okay. Duh.
So it does make predictions.
Duh. But the point is that it doesn't work even on the earthly scale. There are places it doesn't work on the local terrestrial scale.
I agree.
Doesn't work at all on the quantum scale. Doesn't work on the solar system scale, and totally doesn't work on the cosmological scale. I can show you, I need you to pay attention to this. I can give you another equation that does the same thing, and it uses an electrostatic equivalence. Therefore, if our only standard of if it's good or not is if it can make some predictions, then that one's equally valid. We don't even need Newtonian mechanics.
So if it did make a prediction, would that mean it's true? If your equation that you came up with, would that mean it's true?
No.
Correct. So you believe
All right,
Newtonian
you got it.
physics is very useful and good at making predictions.
But wrong.
So-
but it's wrong
so
though.
What about predictions? I know you talked about this, and I hate to get into semantical arguments, but a prediction, can you make a prediction based on past data? What's it?
Yeah, sure. If it's a cyclical
Gotcha.
thing, it's not actually. If it's cyclical, it's not actually a prediction.
So why?
It's just an acknowledgement of a cycle. If you want to be
Right.
semantic and call it a prediction, that's cool. It doesn't. You
Okay.
can't tout it as predictive capability. It was cyclical. The Antikythera mechanism predicts everything that happens in the sky. Doesn't use any type of dynamics whatsoever.
Okay, so it can make predictions. Thank you.
You see how you're
So
going to
mass
have to be
attraction-
disingenuous?
No,
with
you
what I'm-
said it makes predictions. You said it.
No, I said it's actually cyclical, so it's a postdiction. It's called a
Can you make a
postdiction.
prediction with it?
No, we actually have a technical name for it. It's called postdiction. It's literally what it's called.
It is too. If it's already a repeating cycle, it's like, that'd be like at the end when you see the end of my crawl coming, predicting that the word email is going to be the next word that comes up, right? Because you saw it the last. Yes, we predicted that. Okay, let's see if we're right. And here it goes by. Okay, and the first word coming up any second now. Email. Holy shit. I predicted that. Science.
Is it telling the future? I don't care what you call it. Is it telling the future?
No, it's
Are you
just it's acknowledging a presumption of the cycle that we've currently observed to that point.
So if you saw a
But-
cycle
Lisa.
10,000 times and you are assuming in the future it will happen again.
Shame on you.
Lisa, as long as I don't show their naughty parts, it's okay. And if they're Palestinian, it's all right.
Is that what you're talking about?
Right. So then that wouldn't add any
Gotcha.
validity. That wouldn't add any validity to, or like that wouldn't show us that something's valid just because we applied an equation to show us that the cycle.
I don't think this is a dead animal. I don't know what you people are seeing. Okay. I think it's just like a roast or something in a bag.
Yeah, it looks like a roast. I've bought roast like
You
that
know,
in the store.
Come on. You can see it's vacuum sealed.
It could be venison. I don't know.
Or
may
it could be his neighbor. I don't really care, you know. No, I'm just kidding. I would kind of care.
I wouldn't necessarily think venison would be that fatty, though, but it could be, you know.
I don't know. It looks like beef. Could be pork. But it's hard to distinguish human meat from pork anyhow. So, you know, it's just how shit is. Anyway.
Cycle's going to keep happening, which was your argument. Your argument was since it matches the cycle, it proves the globe. It literally doesn't.
So it can be used to tell the future, which is what you denied initially in this argument.
No, we can acknowledge the cycle, sure, and we
Can
can
tell the
assume the
future.
cycle. We can assume the cycle is going to keep happening. That doesn't actually
So
give
admit
validity
it can tell
to-
the future.
You not understand the simplicity in what I'm saying?
You just have cognitive dissonance and don't
Project- you're
don't pretend.
projecting.
It's so obvious.
Hey.
You can tell the future with it. That's
Do
what
you-
you said.
Do you agree that that doesn't show that something's valid if the cycle's going to happen anyway, and then you just create something that absorbs the cycle that doesn't add validity to the claim?
No, it does not prove it's true, but it definitely proves that you can use predictions. It definitely has predictive power.
What do we predict with it?
Did you listen to my intro?
Anything new that
It's
we
not a
don't know
prediction
about.
if I already know it's
What's that?
We predict anything new that we don't know about. That's what the idea of prediction is. Not
Right.
something that we've already tested and looked at and know. It's something that we have no clue about. And we see if we apply a value to it, if it answers a question that we
Well,
don't know.
Not really. I mean, really, all you're doing is you're observing a pattern. Okay. It's a repeating pattern. And you say, okay, well, I predict that this is going to happen. I mean, this is why they even still use the same Soros cycle that was invented by the Babylonians, man. That's how they tell you when these eclipses are going to happen.
The Soros cycle isn't extremely accurate on the eclipses. It tells you about what day, but it most certainly can't tell you the location that you will be standing at to see that solar eclipse and the time, the exact moment that the sun starts to be blocked. Or
Well,
that the
I'm
sun
sure
light
that they've
changes.
refined it. I'm sure they've refined it. Of course, you have to understand too that the hour and shit like that in those days that nobody was going around going, hey, it's 5.
And the
You know?
reason why I mention that is because there's a guy out there who claims that he can predict the solar eclipses and lunar eclipses with the Soros cycle, and he has been challenged to do so several times, and I believe it's at least 3 times that he absolutely failed, and then he eventually deleted his channel.
Well, you must not know how to work it then.
It's
8
gonna happen,
different
dude.
examples of predictions
Maybe you
that
can
the
show
globe
them
Earth
up.
can predict that the flat Earth.
I'm not sure how it works either. I know that it's a cyclical. It's cyclical. There's a repeating pattern. I believe it's every 18 years. It's still they're not these selenial eclipses are the ones that fuck it all up. And you know, I'm not convinced that there's a shadow. It's not Earth's shadow. Okay, there's that would be we've already worked out ratios on that, and it doesn't work out. It's definitely not the Earth's shadow, because then this would say, oh, well, that's because it's a ball. Well, shadows of a ball with the sun coming up from the other side don't start from the top of the distant object down. They go from the bottom up, and we see it the opposite of that.
Well,
So
I could go ahead. We'll go ahead and accept that it's not the Earth's shadow. What would it be?
I don't know. You know, back to the Babylonians, they had Heiku and Reiku, I believe, were these dark bodies that we can't see. That's, I don't know, they have like a polarizing effect or something. They never go into it. Of course, they ascribed them to, entities, but they had these dark bodies. And there's been some evidence. I'm trying to remember who it was. I talked to her in Las Vegas too, but I've seen some of her videos, and I'll have to look them up, where they've looked at these eclipses using a filter to a polarizing filter. And when they turn the polarization of the filter, they see that the target object, which of course would be the sun, disappears, and another object beyond it comes into view. Now, the interesting thing about this is, even with infrared cameras, when the eclipse is starting to happen and the supposed moon is going across the sun, the rest of the moon there is no rest of the moon. There is no rest of it, just the part that's on the sun. And outside of the sun, there is no object. It's nothing. So I don't think it's the moon. I don't think it's the moon. It's just if something is there again, it's like a black swan, and when there's the selenial eclipses, as well as that, looking into that, I think that's that kind of goes, well, that puts a spanner in the works, so to speak.
Well, it is kind of a black swan. It's a claim of an object that's a shadowy object without any solid evidence behind it.
Well, the thing is this, is that when it's if it were the moon, you would be able to actually see the moon. Why is it not being even slightly illuminated by quote unquote earth shine? You see, and we never see that. And like I said, with the infrared, now I don't know what it is. I'm saying what they said was there, and I'm saying what the polarizing filters are suggesting. But that in itself would show that it's obviously not the moon going in front of the sun. How could it be if there's no moon there? It's something else is eclipsing the sun. So what it is,
something else is a claim that needs a proof.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if it's not the moon, then it is something else. And if we see that the moon is not visible in any way, not even with infrared during this eclipse, then we know that that's not true, that it's not the moon. So if it's not the moon and there's an eclipse, then that
we need to prove what it is.
Well, we need to find out what it is. Absolutely. Absolutely. But we do know that it is something else. What
something
it is,
else
I don't know
is
yet.
a claim that needs proof.
Right. And when we've
Needs to
shown
be
that the
figured out.
moon is not visible during this eclipse, when it's supposed to be the moon going in front of the sun, that means that it is not the moon. Which
You do understand that I don't know doesn't even form the basis of a hypothesis.
Well, wait a second. No, wait a second. How would I even begin to know what it is?
Well, you have to form a hypothesis.
Okay. So regardless of that, we can make hypotheses altogether. The statement that I said still holds true, that it is something else. And yes, we need to find out what that something else is. Absolutely. It's just like that. Yes, the atmos must be contained in order to have pressure. What is the container made of? How big is it? How high is it? I don't fucking know. I've never gone there and checked it out. myself.
Saying that we need to find out without any attempt to find out isn't
Well,
really.
what am I
isn't really
supposed
trying
to?
to find
How
out.
do you expect I go find out? How do you expect I go find out? What unlimited resources do you suggest that I would have to be able to determine this?
Well, you seem to have spoke a little bit ago about the people who believed a certain thing. You can start with their beliefs and then move from there. That's how scientists don't ask. Scientists don't ask somebody else how to come up with their hypothesis.
No, I'm not
They
asking
come up with
anybody
their
to come up with. I'm not.
hypothesis.
Hold on.
They come up with their
Hold on.
thesis. They
When did
come up
I
with their
ask somebody else?
experiment.
When did I
They have
ask somebody
somebody
else?
repeat their experiment, and
So
then that's how it all works.
Okay. When did I ever ask somebody to come up with my hypothesis?
Somebody was asking, why don't you come up with a hypothesis before
Okay.
you make a claim, such
I
as
did. No, wait,
it's
wait,
a
wait.
shadowy object?
Okay. I said it was something else. Perhaps a shadowy or dark object that we don't visibly see.
And that's a claim.
Perhaps. Now listen. Perhaps. You understand what that word means? Like it could be. There's a possibility that.
Perhaps it's a gold bar. Why don't you buy it and find out?
Right? So that's what that means. Now, if
You might want to find out if that's a gold bar before you buy it.
Right. So on topic, the idea that, I have to know what it is to discount what they say that it is fucking nonsense. Okay.
Earth model cannot. So it has predictive power. Would you agree? If something can tell the future, it has predictive power. Would you agree with that at least?
It's not telling the future. We just already see the cycle, right? So sure, if you want to be semantic and say like, oh well,
Greg beat
dude,
another one of those confused ones.
ignorant.
No, I want to
don't
stay on the
pay
topic
attention
actually a
to
little
the
bit because I
ball
know
earth.
you
I
try to
ignore
ignore
that
why are you
so
in
much.
Because
I
it's
want
been
to
argued.
acknowledge that you feeling uncomfortable because you're about to admit
I'm
you're
not
wrong about
uncomfortable. This
something.
is I consider this.
Fucking videos playing and you're sitting there talking over the shit. What the fuck? I noticed you didn't act like this when the Glober was talking, right?
You tell the future with it.
If that makes you happy, sure.
Okay, so thank you. So you contradict yourself again.
Well, you can also tell the future without it. Okay. And so here's the important part. It's a cycle that happens always forever. You can tell the future completely without the globe model. We looked at the sky and we saw that it keeps doing the same thing forever for all recorded history, which is actually a you problem, as you claim compounding vectors that we can just ignore. So then you made a globe model based on the cycle always happening. And it took many hundreds of years to make it, by the way. You had to keep on adding wobbles here and there and just constantly making stuff up to even make it match the cycles that we see. Now people turn around in 2024 and claim that because it matches the sky, it actually proves it's correct when you literally made it from the sky cycle in the first place. That is ignorant.
Right. So that is called deductive reasoning. And I know you're very unfamiliar with that concept, but it's called looking at past data points and fitting a curve, fitting a trend to them and trying to make a reasonable argument for that trend's existence. So that is called using data to
Cool.
predict the future.
Hey, wait. But before you move on,
you're interrupting me.
I just want to make a
again.
point. This
Again
actually
with the
isn't just you
interruptions from
going
you.
down a
What?
list.
Can you not control yourself?
All right.
No.
You just
This
talk for
dude's
like
acting like
5
I'm
minutes.
here in his
Hold on.
classroom or something.
Yep.
I'm not.
I understand.
I'm trying to educate you.
That's nice projection. We're about to stick on Newtonian mechanics though, and we're gonna get educated. Why
You don't
can't
believe in
use
Newtonian
it.
mechanics.
You can't use.
This guy's going to educate somebody. That's what a fucking condescending bunch of fucking horse shit to even say. That is a fucking very arrogant goddamn thing to say.
The guy was right, though. If you rewind it back and watch that for like 5 seconds, you will see that he was clearly talking, and this is supposed to be a debate moderated, and he was clearly talking when Austin Witsit decided to scream over the top of him.
Scream.
Oh,
okay.
Elevate his voice over his other voice, over the other voice.
All right. So, as I was saying, the level of arrogance involved with someone who said, tells him, I'm going to educate you. Okay. That right there is just ridiculous. And he doesn't have much confidence in what he's saying, because you can tell by his body language. He doesn't have much confidence in the statement that he just made. I'm going to educate you.
Use Newtonian mechanics. So let's talk about
Sorry, Anson, did you have something you wanted to say? You good to go? All right.
how Newtonian mechanics was disproven with Michelson-Morley. Can you explain how that
I
happened?
acknowledge Newtonian mechanics is false. I don't have to answer this.
Okay, so then
Now,
you
back to the other
then wait,
subject that we've already.
here's
He invoked Newtonian he invoked it, and now doesn't want to talk about it.
We've been past this. What are you talking about?
so
We're
then
then
why
done.
do
This is
you
dead and
invoke
buried.
it? And
What are
why
you
do you
talking about?
invoke it?
There you go.
Invoke because it's useful. As I said, something can be useful and be wrong at the same time. That is the argument I'm making. Have you
Okay, so
listened to
then
any
gravity
words
is
Somebody clip that. Holy shit. Something could be useful and be wrong? Really?
isn't mass attracting mass like you claimed in your opener then?
It is mass attracting mass.
It literally
No,
isn't.
you did say this. Does a massive object attract another massive object?
No.
No. So what happens when something is pulled towards each other? What do you call that?
They're not.
Okay, well, it's not pulled towards each other in your paradigm. I'll happily teach you what happens.
Want to know how my dad and I got our bodies like this?
I don't know.
We just
Probably by
did
eating
7
raw.
minutes of lazy workouts.
I don't know. How'd you
So
turn-
supposedly a mass displaces space-time, causes a gravity well, which causes the bending and warping of space-time, which causes objects to basically be guided through the curvature of space-time, free-falling in a geodesic path, still moving linear from their reference frame. There is no attraction. There is no force. There is no pulling. This is archaic, elementary version of gravity that we teach people when they're in middle school. This
Yes.
isn't what your paradigm believes, and it can't be true if you are orbiting the
Give
sun.
me
Do you
an
understand that?
example of something pulling something else.
A magnet,
Magnet. So what about it is pulling it?
the force.
Go on. Explain that a little bit more.
Okay, technically on a magnet, it's pressure mediation based on the centrifugal divergence and centripetal
Oh, the
convergence.
gibberish again from you, Andrew.
Hey, can you? How is it gibberish?
Sorry.
Which word did it make
Anthony,
sense?
Witsit. No, it's not. It's not that the words are not words. It's that you don't use them in any usable
Which part of it
way.
wasn't usable?
Oh, you want to repeat what you said?
Yeah, centrifugal divergence.
Yeah, go ahead. Explain.
Okay.
Explain
so
it in a way that you think your a regular audience would understand.
Okay, so there's I'll even go really simple for you.
Really simple.
You have a donut. Okay. Now we're going to draw the inside of the donut from the inside to the outside. It's going to give us, the lines are going to diverge away from each other. It would be centrifugal, right? Because it's moving out from the center, which is what centrifugal means. Then we have centripetal moving in towards the center, converging. So centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence are not only not gibberish, they're very simple concepts that are just objective, right?
And
So
yet it's
you
not
asked me
needed to explain
magnetism, and then you freaked out when I used a word with 3 syllables in it.
No.
But yeah, it's the pressure mediation. Actually, there's no such thing as magnetic attraction. It's actually accelerating towards the null pressure created by the actual magnetic field itself. But I want to stick on the fact that you can't use Newtonian mechanics, and you were wrong about what you claimed gravity was, because you were very arrogant in your opener about how we know exactly what gravity is, and it's mass attracting mass, and flat earthers just say nuh-uh, and they have to deny it. You're wrong, my brother. That is not what gravity is in your paradigm. If it was, then the earth would have to be stationary.
So the argument by gibberish is obscure and impenetrable jargon, and a lot of it has to do with using words unnecessarily. You did not have to bring in any form of centripetal nothing when talking about electromagnetism. I've taken many courses in electromagnetism, calculus based. Thank you. So
you got to be shitting me. So why didn't he understand what the fuck he was talking about?
Okay,
back to Newtonian
how do you?
physics.
I don't understand how he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about.
How do you?
Yes,
Wait, how do
something
you
can be
explain?
useful.
How do you
No,
explain-
no. You wanted to talk about Newtonian physics.
Yes.
Newtonian physics is
we're
useful
gonna talk
and not true at the same time. You can understand things at a 3rd grade level, how they are useful, and yet they are not true at the same time. Would you agree?
They can be useful but not true at the same time. Sure.
Yes. So is the concept of gas needing a container, is that a 3rd grade level concept to understand?
Yeah, I would say it's
yes, that's exactly
really
right.
easy
And
to
that's why you teach
understand,
3rd
yeah.
graders that. And that's why you teach adults grown-up physics. where they don't need a container.
But then why were you teaching a whole room of grown-ups mass attracting mass in 2024?
Because it does attract each other.
It literally doesn't.
By morphing space-time.
That isn't an attraction.
That is a tool. That is a byproduct of the. Does the human push the nails
right there
into the wood, or does the hammer push the
special
nails into the wood?
relativity?
Actually, there's no
does
pushing.
Include
Hey,
mass
what I
attracting
want.
mass. Oh yeah, by the way,
there's
I'm
only
cutting off
pushing.
the
You're right.
Gobi
Yes,
now.
but what I want you to
No,
understand.
which one pushes the wood, the hammer or the person? Which one?
Both.
Both. So you could say the human pushes the nail in, even though it's not directly by the human, right?
That is not in any way
Answer
analogous.
my question, yes or no. It's easy. So
sure,
yes, so the
but
planet
it's
is
not
causing
analogous.
deformation in the space-time. Stop interrupting me. You're so rude. Stop deforming
You're projecting.
space-time. Interrupting. Justin, is this a problem?
I don't think it is actually a problem. Our audience is here for it. He's trying to reply to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So
yeah, you guys are going fine. Just
okay. Back to the argument. If Witsit can have composure for 5 seconds, if you admit a human can be the one pushing the nail in, and you don't have to have the most direct tool that it is pushing the nail in, then you can admit that gravity, the deformation of space-time caused by the mass, is also, which the deformation is what's causing the attraction, could also be described as the mass attracting the object. Just like the human pushed in the nail, the hammer pushed in the nail, the mass attracted the other mass, the deformation in space-time attracted the other mass.
So Cavendish's lead balls were bending space-time now? Is that what we're to understand? What the fuck? Space-time. Prove that shit. For Christ's sake.
Semantics. This is such a meaningless waste of time to talk about this.
No, actually, it's very important because when you say mass attracts mass, that's from Newtonian mechanics, and that denotes gravity as a force, right? An innate property of matter, right? And that has been disproven in your paradigm. And of course, even if it were true, you would require something akin to an ether. You would need a medium that's actually giving you mutual contact with the bodies, because there is no time variable in Newtonian mechanics or Newtonian gravity, right? So it's instantaneous action at distance, which is why Newton explained, right? He can't even wrap his mind around it. It must be God doing it. And that anyone that would think that it could act instantly through the vastness of a vacuum through long distances, right? Innate brute matter on other matter without a medium in between them it's so great an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking in philosophical matters could ever fall into it. So that is very important, because if you're claiming to know what gravity is, you don't need to denote it as something that's been disproven. That doesn't make any sense. So it is important. You're talking science explains things, physics explains things, math describes things. We're talking about, do you have a viable explanation of physics to tell us that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball flying through space? And the answer is that you do not. So we can't talk about Newtonian gravity. It's irrelevant. You can't have it.
So you cite, again, the Michaels and Morley failed experiment that you always like to bring up that proves the ether, which failed, that was acknowledged by Michael and Morley to be a failed, to try to provide the ether.
Wait,
to grasp again at again with the interrupting. Control yourself.
Done.
Oh, I never paused. So you cite failed experiments, you use gibberish to try to back up your arguments, and now you're asking me to prove to you again that the Earth is a spinning ball. Can you please acknowledge any other of the 8 arguments I've made in my opening argument? Especially, I would really like to hear about the star moving across the sky. Witsit? Why can you see circles in the sky on the south and on the north, and they go in opposite directions?
Okay, I'm happy to discuss your whole list, but not on the hills of you hand wave dismissing what you clearly were just wrong about. So if you want to be honest and just concede that, yeah, you misspoke when you said mass attracts mass. No, you can't have that. No, Newtonian gravity is no longer an option in your paradigm. You cannot have it. And that Michelson Morley debunked it, and that you cannot use it, and that Newtonian gravity and the orbit of the Earth cannot coexist anymore. You have to completely change all of physics to believe the Earth orbits around the sun. If you can concede that gravity is not mass attracting mass, that's archaic and elementary and disproven for over a century, then sure, we can move on to something else.
I've already acknowledged that Newtonian physics is wrong. Have you listened to me?
Okay,
I've
so
admitted
then
that multiple times throughout this debate, and you want me to say it again? Sure, I'll say it a million times. Newtonian physics is a approximation of reality. It is extremely useful in all of our day-to-day lives and designs, and it is wrong because it's an approximation.
It's only useful
now,
mathematically,
you
bro.
admit
Can
the
you please
human-
acknowledge this? It's only useful mathematically. There is a difference in science and math. Science explains things, math describes things. Okay.
What is
I
something
need you,
useful mathematically? What does that mean?
because yes, Newtonian mechanics on like small scales and lower speeds and smaller gravitational presence, right, is somewhat similar to relativity. So, or any time of gravity, it's really just reverse engineered from kinematics anyway. So yes, you can use it.
Use it to do what?
Mathematically,
Use it to do what?
Listen, bro, math describes things. Okay. Science
Such as what?
explains things. You can't, the point is that you need to offer an actual physical explanation. That's what physics is.
You
Of
said
what's
it's
going
useful.
on to
you
show us
said
that
it's
it's
useful
possible.
on paper. What does that mean? It's useful on paper. I want you to admit what you're saying. What does it mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean? Yeah,
You said it's useful on paper. What does that mean?
Yeah, we
Attention bargain
Holy shit,
hunters.
people.
Don't miss out. Here's a free backpack. Take it. It's yours.
use it to do, for example, engineering.
You know, it's irritating as shit, but I'll be goddamn if I give this fucked up platform any money that I don't have to. You know what I'm saying? I refuse. I refuse. I'll put up with the inconvenience, you know, before I give them motherfuckers any goddamn money. I'll tell you that now.
We use Newtonian mechanics.
So predictions.
Sure.
So it's useful to make predictions about the world around us.
Sure.
Gotcha.
But this is
So
the
that's
problem.
what I have
And
been
I've
saying
already
this
said
entire
this.
time.
I've already said this. There are many equations that could be replaced with that can give you the exact same predictions. In fact, you don't even need dynamics. You can use a kinematic equation to solve for 9.8. For little g, downward acceleration, you can use a purely kinematic equation with initial velocity, height, and time to get the same value. You can use an electrostatic equivalence to get little g. You can use an electromagnetic equivalence to get big g.
Wait, are you trying to say Newtonian physics is wrong?
Well, what I'm saying is that...
Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm actually saying is...
I mean, we already pretty much established that.
If you're going to claim the Earth's a ball flying around the sun and that gravity is causing all the planets to orbit, you need to provide us an actual big boy explanation of it, not just math. We need physics.
Not just math, also observation. That's my entire...
No, we need physical explanation.
So
That's
can
what
we move
physics
on to
is.
another subject? What's it? Are you okay with that?
Wait, but this is the problem. Whenever you...
They do that all the time. They do that on Twitter too. Well, what about this? Well, let's get back on topic before you go changing the subject. You know, you've painted yourself in a corner. Let's finish the floor. They don't want to. They're afraid to paint on their feet. If you're afraid to paint on your feet, don't paint yourself in a corner.
You guys supposedly use satellites and you do all this stuff with satellites. You say that this is what you do. I want to show that even when people study this stuff, that they don't know it. Whenever you supposedly put a satellite up, you use Newtonian mechanics. Well, sure, it works mathematically, but that has huge implications physically. It accounts for real inertial forces, which is specifically impossible. And if Newtonian mechanics was true, right, then the Earth can't be orbiting. So why can't you use Einsteinian mechanics to solve for it? Because it's fundamentally different with the ECI. Because the atomic clocks account for their change of velocity towards relative to the center of the ECI frame. So you can't use Einsteinian mechanics, but you have to in your paradigm. So if you actually are putting satellites up, all it proves is that the Earth has to be stationary because you have to use a Newtonian mechanics. And
do you think they only use Newtonian mechanics to design satellites? Have you designed any satellites recently?
I haven't designed satellites, but
that's right, because
I really thought that's what we were going to talk about. That's what you specialized in.
I didn't say I designed satellites, did I? You would know if you did design satellites that they don't only use Newtonian physics. They absolutely use relativity to explain a lot of the motions that they're going to have to go through because, they're up high. They don't obey the normal everyday, day-to-day movements that we see on the day Earth, which is what Newtonian physics is. So no, you're wrong when you say they only use Newtonian physics to design satellites. That's patently wrong.
No. Orbital mechanics.
Go back to my subject that I brought up back in the beginning of this conversation, where I asked you to explain the rotation of the stars around the...
Yeah, go ahead and laugh. You were trying to cut him off.
Let's wrap this real fast. I want to point out and see if you can answer this. All right. So
I'm not going to answer this. I'm waiting for your answer about the stars. The question I've asked 5 minutes ago when you were disregarding it completely.
You complained a lot about interrupting to have done it basically every time that I say something. But yeah, they claim to use relativity sometimes for stuff like the time corrections, but there's a major problem for you. With satellites, they actually account for, check this out, a preferred direction for the propagation rate of light, meaning that they actually account for a variance in C, and it's provable. We have the actual documentation, right, proving it. So let's see if you can answer this. If the electromagnetic wave, if the propagation rate is actually variant, meaning that C is variant, the speed of light changes and it's a preferred direction, it propagates faster east to west. Do you agree that that would debunk your entire model?
Witsit, I've asked you this question like 10 minutes ago, probably now.
Okay, let's move on.
And
you can't answer.
Thank you. I would like you to explain the stars, the thing I brought up 20 minutes ago.
The stars?
What did I say about the stars? Did you listen or no?
Yeah,
Do you want me to explain it again?
Yeah,
Explain
dude,
them. Explain the motion they take.
Dude, you're bringing up a day one flat Earth argument, which means you haven't even researched it. So there's many explanations for the stars. One of which is that we have an azimuthal grid of vision. We have a limit to how we see, right?
Has anybody looked up the word azimuth?
There's been many tests to prove it, right? That we actually see in curved visual space. For example, the Alley experiments, they actually took another test where they had a sphere with many people with exocentric pointers, showing that the way they mapped out the relation to the center was curved. We have curved visual space. We have a limit. We have anticorpuscular, corpuscular rays, etc. All that to say, so whenever you look towards the edge of your limit, what happens is there's an optical convergence, and that would be the southern rotation. And of course, if I'm looking north and I see the northern rotation, if I turn and look south, it's going to look like it's going the opposite way, right? Even if it's going the same way, just because of perspective, it's going to look like it's going the opposite way. And then the question that would need to be answered is, well, why does it look like it's going around the pole in the south, right? And the answer is because there's a convergence, an optical convergence, just like crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays, right? So when the sun sets in the west, you'll see the crepuscular rays. But if you look to the east, the exact opposite direction while the sun is setting, you'll see crepuscular rays converging to a point over there, 180 degrees away. That proves that perspective will make it look like there's an optical convergence point. That's what we see with the stars. So pretty simple. Awesome. And there's like 4 different explanations.
It's so simple. So I really like that you brought up this azimuthal grid of vision. Do you have any like models to demonstrate how that works?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could you bring that up and show us?
Sure.
You know what the model is. Why are you playing the game?
I want to show your audience.
Okay.
Right? This is for the audience. So, and I want to show you something else as my...
What's the name of it? What's that goofy dude's name?
You
know it. What's the name?
It's your model.
You don't know it? You don't know?
No,
you don't even...
I actually...
Someone's going to say
Walter Bislin.
Well, yeah. You've seen it before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so just stick up ahead. You're going to say, oh, how does the light bend like that?
I would like to show the model, please.
Oh my gosh, bro. It's so funny that you think that you dictate the whole conversation. You don't.
You know what? I could just show it. Do you want me to show it? What's it?
No, I'm going to show it because you're not going to do it correctly.
The thing I asked you to do, please.
But yeah, but then I'm making the next point, right? Because this is actually not your, you don't like run this.
You to explain your...
Wait, hey, can you acknowledge that I just explained what I said?
You're in charge with it.
When I just explained what happens and you literally hand waved it. You didn't even acknowledge the anti-crepuscular, crepuscular rays. You just ignored it. You can't actually offer
I'm literally
rebuttal.
asking you a question about the thing you brought up.
Yeah. Can you acknowledge the crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays?
Absolutely acknowledged.
Okay, so you agree that perspective will make it look...
God, get to the diagram. Get to the model, dude.
Do you agree that perspective will make it look like it's...
Can I show my screen, Austin?
Dude, this is the worst... You've never been on here before, I'm guessing. Because you have like the worst etiquette I think I've ever encountered. But I'm happy. I have it pulled up right here. I'm happy to share the screen.
Worse than McToon? You got to be shitting me. Worse than Craig? I'll probably show y'all later because it'll be past time for the kiddies to be in bed. But I'll show you later a post that Craig from Fight the Flat Earth or Fight the Fat Ass put on Twitter regarding how he wouldn't mind having a tranny husband because he might enjoy getting squirted on, and that he had tasted his own and it wasn't that bad. That's what level of fucking jerkery we're dealing with these guys, man. I'm not kidding you.
So,
But what I want you to
azimuth
do
is an
first is
interesting
actually
word.
What's that?
The azimuth is an interesting word. Do
Yeah.
you know how to measure the degrees in azimuth?
Yes,
Because
we
azimuth
were
is
taught in
a
basic
very
infantry
interesting
training.
word.
We were taught in basic infantry training how to shoot an azimuth. And a friend of mine made a really cool cartoon one time of a soldier shooting this fucking creature named an azimuth. And they ended up using it on the training documents, on the little CEO book that we used to use for training with. And if you use a lensatic compass, you can do it. That's why if you've ever had a lensatic compass and it has that little, you wonder what that little wire in there is, that's a sight. You have a sight and you're able to use this little magnifying glass and you can get the azimuth. And what happens is that when you've got another object in the distance that you have that lined up with, as long as you can keep that azimuth, it'll take you right to that point. It's pretty interesting. But yeah,
it's a great word.
I have a cool lensatic compass. I'll get it here in just a second.
acknowledge my point.
Acknowledged.
No. Do you agree that perspective will cause the illusion of convergence 180 degrees away from the source of rotation or light?
Yes.
I think it and
said yes?
aether is
Okay.
a good
Well,
word
there we
for
go.
everybody
That's what
to look
happens
up.
on the Earth.
Easy.
Stars. Easy. Yeah, I agree. So here, we'll share it. So I don't even know what's your contention now. Here's the share screen.
I would like you to scroll up a little bit.
Oh, you want me to read his description?
That very line. No. A little bit lower where it says, how does the, you see that?
Yeah, this guy's obsessed with me. Isn't that weird?
So this man who created this model does not believe in flat Earth. In fact, he created this model to disprove it. And he knows flat Earth leaders use it to mislead his followers. I want everyone to know that the model you are using to prove your theory was used to disprove it. That's what I wanted to show. So the next thing I want you to do is scroll down to your model a little bit.
All right, dude, I know you think that you're
Oh my gosh.
tough on
That guy was a good griller. Just real quick while this is going, I'll show you this thing. Okay. All right. So this thing folds up like this. And basically it clamps down with this little thing right here. And the way this flips over, and there's a reason it's a ring like that too, because then you can hold it right on your hand with your thumb in the ring. But anyway, this portion is lift up and you see that little wire. You can see a little wire in there. That's your sight. And then on this side, what flips up is you have this little slotted piece with a magnifying glass. And you line that slot just like shooting a gun. Okay. You line that up with that, and you're able to look at the face of the clock or of the compass through the magnifying glass and see the little tick marks that are on there displaying. Let's see if I can show it up here. Your various degrees. Okay. Once you've picked that, you can keep steady on that toward a specific like landmark or point. Also, in comparison with we usually use these with topographical maps so that various landmarks, so to speak, can be spotted: elevations, hills, spurs, valleys, whatnot. And you can use this for navigation. You can get within just a few yards of a specific location using one of these. Pretty cool. So it's a skill maybe people should pick up and learn how to do. Anyway.
Yeah, I think I have one of those as well.
Oh, I think this one too has. No, this is.
I may have lost it in one of my moves, but I think I have one somewhere.
I've got another one. I think it's in my, yeah, it is. It's in my go bag that actually has another thing that flips up over on the side and you can measure degrees of angle with it. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, yes, I have a go bag because you never know.
But what's not going to happen is you're not going to sit over there and act like I'm in your classroom and you're going to give me commands. So now what we're going to do is point out actually what happened is that this guy put this model out attempting to disprove it under his own admission. It was way more difficult than he thought. He ended up showing it actually is viable. Then he had to take many weeks to try to figure out how it wouldn't work. Then he strawmanned the actual stars, not putting the true star data there, but random star points, then making up the idea that they had to go 180 degrees, which they do not. It's inaccurate star positions. Then we started showing this is just the stellarium data. This isn't anything more than him placing stellarium data on a plane. So yeah, we showed it to people, and then he updated it and brought me up. And yeah, he's an anti-flat earther that it backfired. He admitted that it was way more viable than he thought it was going to be, and it was way more difficult to try to disprove it. So you didn't even know about what really happened, and you try to teach the audience about what happened. But
is the model valid or not?
It's a possibility. Yeah, it's one possibility.
Okay, thank you. So now please go to the actual model and go to change the ray parameter to plus 200%.
If anybody loses any debate for decades, then obviously the person viewing the debate is not viewing it accurately. I mean, you have to at some point have some point that actually is made.
Right. I agree. We're only 54 minutes into this entire thing, though.
All right. And now make the dome grid checked on and the stars checked on and the dome ray checked on at the bottom. Yeah. Check dome ray, stars, dome grid.
They're all on.
And make observer latitude -90.
-90. You
know, now, I would like for you to look at the model from the side view.
Why? How is this relevant?
I want to show that your theory requires stars on the opposite side of the planet to exit the dome, and the light comes back down to you 180 degrees in the opposite direction for you to try to literally bend over backwards to try to explain the observations that are seen on a daily basis on this Earth.
Incorrect. So where you actually have this, of course, is at the furthest edge of Antarctica. And these, of course, are not observed These, of course, are not, they're, of course, not observed daily there, right? So southern star trails, where's the 90-degree zenith angle measurement?
Well, this is what your model is saying.
I'm talking. Did you hear me talking? Okay, so you made me go to 90 degrees. What I want to know is, where are the 90-degree zenith angle measurements that verify this observation that you just falsely claimed are observed by everyone every day? Where's the actual, there's not one that exists. Not one time.
So what you're saying is this model is wrong, which you just said it was true.
What I'm saying is when you go to the extremity out here, this actual observation doesn't exist.
So this model's wrong.
Yeah, the model's wrong at the edge where we don't actually have observation.
Crazy. Where we just said the model was right.
Where we don't actually have observational data, but when you take it where we do have actual observational data,
for example, Southern Africa.
Every time I'm talking, you interrupt. Why would you have the audacity to complain about it?
Southern Africa.
Okay. So, like, you notice how ridiculous you're being, right? Like, you're interrupting me. I'm just going to finish my point. So, in reality, we don't make observations here, right? So, we make observations in different places. So, there are many potential explanations for the southern stars. This is just one of them. There's just one of them. There's another person you can look up if anyone actually is curious. It's Tomb of Illumination. Used to be Flat Earth Philosophy, and he breaks down the actual quadrant, the optical projected quadrant in the back or in the sides. Also, someone's taking a dome, projected stars onto the dome, and shown that the exact stars will be in the south, just completely reflected as a projection to the south. It's been replicated that we would see southern star trails on a flat Earth with a dome, with an azimuthal grid of vision, and with a projection, with like a electromagnetic polarized holographic projection. People can think that's crazy. It doesn't matter. It's objectively, there are many ways to explain the southern star trails. This is a
All right,
fact.
my turn. So your criticism is people don't live on Antarctica. It's not regularly observed. So
It's never
this
observed.
specific situation is invalid. Let's go a little bit. Let's bring the latitude a little bit more north to southern Africa, and then look at it from the side view.
Okay, now
Which is a
are
place
these
that
real?
people observe every day. Would you acknowledge that? A lot of people
No.
live
Are these
there.
real stars? Are these real star positions?
You're not going to show it.
I just showed it. What are you talking about,
You're not. It's from the side. You don't want to show it,
dude?
a little bit more, a little bit more angled down where the Earth is, and more to the side where the observer is on the side of this hemisphere. Okay, so in this
I
specific
don't want to
situation,
show it.
I acknowledge the light doesn't, in this case, exit the dome, but you can absolutely see that the stars definitely do still go 180-degree curve from one side of the planet to the other side of the planet, and then back into your eye. That is Occam's razor, if I've ever heard it.
Okay, now let's say the
fantastic.
same thing I already said. Are those actual star observations, or are they random arbitrary stars that he decided to draw lines to? What's the answer?
You know the answer, and this is your
The
model.
answer is that it's not even actual observations.
Obviously, it's a model.
So no, you don't have to
about?
see that. You
That's what
don't
a
have to
model
see that.
is.
No, you don't have to see that, right? No, we like the model without the stupid little lines drawn on there. That was, he admitted that this was the only way he could figure out how to try to disprove it, because he was surprised at how well he was able to make it work on a flat Earth. And he actually then arbitrarily drew the lines. His argument is light couldn't bend like that. Been like what? Your straw man version of fake observations that don't happen in reality? So this is completely backfired on you. Of course, there's substantial evidence that we actually see in curved visual space. So the real question is, why doesn't your model account for what can be experimentally proven, which is that we have a curved visual limit?
Mhm.
Right.
So,
Which means actually your model's impossible.
Can I go? Is it my turn?
Yeah,
Okay.
acknowledge what I've said.
So if there was a star, and maybe it is not in the exact same location that is on this model, because it is a model, but if there was a star on that side of the dome, Witsit, do you believe that the light from that star would go to the other side of the planet, take a 180-degree turn back, just so it can go into your eyeball and you can see a star from the opposite side of the planet? Do you believe that?
What part does he not understand that these are not based off of any real observations? What part of that doesn't he get? This is just showing what your azimuthal dome of vision actually is. That's and
Wait,
as he just explained. Wait a second, as he just explained, the guy who invented it himself said that he just arbitrarily put these fucking things on here. It's not any actual observation.
I'm not sure if I was right. I'm not sure if I have the right person that did it, but wasn't this something that Austin Witsit pulled up as part of his proofs, and then the guy directed him to re-angle it to a different angle than he was showing?
He was directed to bring it up by William. Okay. And then had him click all of the buttons that he wanted him to click, which includes these non-observational points.
Okay, because I thought Austin Witsit was bringing it up, and that's why he had him go through it.
Austin Witsit did bring it up on his computer. He is the one working it. The guy on the left told Witsit to bring it up. Okay, so Witsit has brought it up as per William is his request.
Okay.
That is how your model works?
No, that's not a real observation.
So this model is wrong.
The arbitrary lines he drew to fake stars that aren't real observations is wrong. Yeah,
So
I just said that.
Actual star in that location, do you think that would happen?
But there's not.
If there was, Did you hear?
If there was. Well, no.
Well, I mean, that makes sense. If there was a star in the position, if you use this to predict where a star was, and then you went out to that location later and used this prediction, and there was a star, if there was a star in the location that is predicted on this model, then that would probably say that that model is accurate.
And it would give you a big sack full of if.
Hear what I said?
So you're
Right.
saying,
If
ignoring me
I
about
so you're
went
saying
there
if
and if
we
I saw,
made observations,
Right, but the point of the matter is that these are not from observations. You understand? So this says nothing about your azimuthal angle of vision. It has nothing. These lines and shit, as was pointed out, were arbitrarily put on there. These aren't even real observations. And so to say, well, if there was a star there, it's like, but there isn't. So let's go with actual data and not hypotheticals.
on the Earth that we don't, would the model not work? The model wouldn't work if there were observations that don't exist. That's correct.
Witsit doesn't want to acknowledge the fact that his model forces, literally bends over backwards, the acronym to describe arbitrary thinking, the light of these stars to absolutely bend over backwards just to explain the observations seen at the southern pole. As I explained in
the observations at the southern pole, which I might add William never made, are not at the same time. Because if you look at the little map down here, we already know that when it's daytime in South Africa, it's nighttime over here, isn't it? Right? So these two people are not going to see the same thing. These two people here are not going to see the same thing at the same time. The two people that are in South, the one in South Africa and the one down in fucking Argentina, is not going to see the same thing at the same time. Or whatever that place is. What is that? I can't see it. It's Australia. I mean, this is just ridiculous. That's a straw man. Well, how come they all see that? Well, we all see the Big Dipper too. Do we all see it at the same time? No, we do not.
In my introduction, you can absolutely see the Southern Cross, whether you're on point D or point E of my presentation. Please go
I
back
just realized I have a stupid
on both
image up
sides of
here.
the Antarctica. You can see the Southern Cross. To explain that on a flat Earth theory, you have to have absurd forms of optics that thing light can turn 180 degrees just because you observe it.
Boy, they're really fucking hammering this thing with the commercials, ain't they? Yeah, nobody's gonna do
Okay,
it.
now again, these aren't actual observations that you have to see from 100.
They don't do much for their marketing. I can't see anybody that is really intently watching this downloading some stupid fucking game for their phone.
80 degrees, that's nonsense. This entire thing is not even reality, and I'm gonna stop sharing it now. And like I also explained, there are multiple explanations of the southern stars, right? So there's an explanation that there's actually two, just like it's called magnetohydrodynamics, right? That you would actually just have two actual rotations, and that we would see the center point. You would have to actually go to the south and explore more adequately, because that would significantly change certain layouts further south. Which, I mean, that's an interesting point. The third one is that it's actually a projection, and that it projects equally out into 6 quadrants, which can be replicated, has been replicated and recorded. We've replicated this. So you think it's not possible. Okay. I'm telling you that it is possible. We've replicated it in physical reality. And what I want to know is, how are we going to address all the stuff that falsifies the globe? That's what I want to know. Because if I'm like, oh, well, this guy arbitrarily says he doesn't agree with some of the explanations that Flat Earth has. Okay, cool. You were wrong. We do have possible explanations. So let's get to the evidence that falsifies the globe. Because you agree that if there's tons of evidence that falsifies the globe, and then there's possible explanations for this on a flat Earth, and we're still stuck with a flat Earth, right?
Yeah, let's get to it. Let's get to the stuff that disproves the globe. His explanation again was magnetohydrodynamics. Again, impenetrable jargon, argument by gibberish, no explanation of it. So I want to.
He's gonna have to explain this to him too. Mose. That was Dwight Schrute's brother was named Mose. This dude reminds me of Mose for something. That's why I keep seeing him in that barn just standing there. Anyway.
Talk about the thing you said before I started talking, where you were saying that the stars travel in the same direction on the poles, whether it's north or south, because because you're just confused, right? It's an orientation issue. So this is obviously going to disprove the globe. So could I please share my screen to discuss this?
No, I'm sharing my screen. You just claimed that this word was impenetrable, made up jargon, garbage.
No, I didn't. I didn't say it was made up. I said it was impenetrable because you didn't explain it. You didn't explain the point you were trying to make.
Which
That's what I
is
said.
Okay,
You
now
misrepresented my point. Another straw man from the flat boy.
So you think big words are just gibberish?
No,
Use
it's
the word
called
gibberish.
impenetrable because you know your audience isn't going to understand it. What's it? Keep
Well,
up.
no, I actually explained. I literally explained it right after saying
You
that
didn't.
would mean,
You stopped explaining that one and started explaining a different subject.
I said that would mean there's two. I would say that means that there's two actual rotations in the electromagnetic field. I literally said those words.
Oh, well, I guess the audience will decide when they'll rewind the paper or rewind the video. Could I share my screen to talk about the thing that's going to disprove the globe?
So it wasn't actually impenetrable garbage. That's interesting.
It wasn't at all. Witsit, you're so right. So can I share my screen, Justin?
I'm trying to stop sharing. It's like
I want to disprove the globe right now.
Oh, dude, it's saying that the Zoom meeting is not meeting. Can you still hear me?
I can
still hear you. You're still here. Everything's working good.
I'm not frozen or anything?
No, you are not.
Okay, it's saying that the Zoom meeting is not responding, so it's like telling me to close the program.
It's okay. I can stop it here. If you need to refresh Zoom, that's okay as well.
Yeah, I might have to just come back.
Yeah.
Is it still saying I'm sharing screen?
No, I stopped your screen share for you.
Oh,
okay. And you're still actively here.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just like frozen.
Just hang on. Just hang on, William. Don't go.
Well, if he's gonna share screen, I can drop and come back. If you're gonna put his screen up, that work?
I can't share my screen.
Yeah, your video is frozen now. Go ahead.
Okay.
Drop, come back with it before he shares the screen.
Thank you, sir.
I'll go ahead and just do some housekeeping here. So while Witsit refreshes himself, I'll remind everybody to hit that like and subscribe button. We're getting tons of subscribers in here. This is fantastic. Thank you so much. Would love to see that subscriber count roll over to 170,000 subscribers. This is one hot debate right now, and I think you guys would all agree this is fantastic.
Justin, do I need to drop out? Am I looking okay?
You're fine, my friend. You're fine, my friend.
So this is what cracks me up with some of these people, man. It's like instead of saying, what exactly does that mean? That would hurt their pride way too much. They just go, oh, that's just gibberish, as a way of getting it explained to them. You understand? You always they get upset when you have the explanation. And if you're trying to deal with them on an intelligent level and they don't understand it, an actual intelligent person would say, I'm not familiar with that term. What exactly does that mean? Whereas this idiot just goes, oh, that's just garbage. That's just stuff he said. What are you trying to use big words for? You are you a fag? You know.
We're just gonna wait for Witsit to come back in. I just got to keep my eye on Witsit coming back in. Yeah, so hit like, hit subscribe. Don't forget, if you are at all interested, if you think you've got a way to defend a flat earth or a globe earth, the Modern Day Debate email is on top. We are dropping the gauntlet. We are opening the door to anyone who wants to come try out and attempt. Do you think you could stand toe-to-toe with Witsit Gets It? Do you think you could stand toe-to-toe with William Harris? Well, just send your email over to James, and we'll give you guys that opportunity. Not sure how much more housekeeping I can do while we wait for Witsit to reconnect.
How much longer do we have on the discussion?
So, yeah, we have about 10 minutes. 10 minutes left when he comes back. I've got the timer kind of stopped, but you guys are doing a fantastic job. The audience is totally here for it. Super chats coming in like crazy. If you guys have a question for our debaters, feel free to throw in a super chat. You might also notice that we have some new audience interactions going on here tonight. If you sub or you send a super chat, or if you become a channel member, your name gets shown on our screen. Hey, we're doing that thing people have been doing forever. So your name will be there forever in history in our backlog.
Right, come on,
videos. This is easily the
here.
second in the top 2 debates of 2024. By
here we go.
What up, bro?
We're so nice to have you back. So yeah, the audience is electric. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Everyone's loving this. We have about 10 minutes left before Q&A. So
okay.
I will let you boys continue.
All right, can I share my screen now?
Well, sure. But real fast, William, you understand that you're just going through all your points and you still didn't acknowledge the one argument I made in the opener, and you're also avoiding all the direct refutations of your arguments?
Oh yeah, I acknowledge that for sure. So back to the globe model. So this is going to disprove the globe as Witsit has already described. So the flat Earth model, you acknowledge, Witsit, that the stars are rotating in are in the same direction versus
I
the
kind of
South
think
Pole versus
both of
the
them
North Pole.
failed a
on the
little
north,
bit on
the
that.
globe
And the
model, you'd
reason
say it's
why
the same
is
direction.
because Austin Witsit did bring up that he asked a question in which clearly this guy has not answered. And he continued to go on with what he was going, which says that he's not going to answer it. But at the same time, when you're going to call somebody out for not answering a specific question that you asked in the beginning of a show, and it has continued on for quite some time, it's really only appropriate to remind that person of what question you wish for them to answer.
Right. She says here it is lots of new subs by having two opposing views. Listen, I've asked M Ball, I've asked fucking Sean Hawkins, and I've asked you to come on up, and you won't do it. So I don't know what to tell you, man.
Direction, right?
Say again?
You said the stars are rotating in the same direction when you're in the South Pole versus in the North Pole due to your azimuthal grid of vision. We're seeing that this is going the same direction, right?
I said that they move in the same cardinal direction, but they move clockwise and counterclockwise.
Gotcha. So different directions.
Because of optics. Do you disagree that if you
Different
look the
directions.
opposite way, something's going to look like it's moving the opposite direction?
I absolutely do disagree with that because we have something that exists called the right-hand rule. And
you're absolutely right, Christian. It is not flat. It is level. It's a level topographical plane. So
Witsit likes to not tell his followers that this is a very normal principle in physics, that the right-hand rule gives you an orientation that allows you to not be confused about things like that. When he says something like, people get confused between a 6 and a 9, that's the same as being confused of which direction the stars are going in the north and south. No, we know it's two different directions, and it's not just a confusion based on your orientation, because you can, when you go in the north and you observe the right-hand rule, you curve your fingers in the direction of the curve of the stars, your thumb will point up. And if you go in the south and you curve your fingers in the direction of the curve, your thumb will be pointing down. They are not going in the same direction by observation. Right? Witsit? You agree with that, right?
Dude, that's crazy that you thought that was a good point. So
do you agree or no?
No, of course. So I don't agree. The direction of current is actually what that's about.
Here we go.
This game, you're not ready.
Which is funny, right? The right-hand rule.
Nick is pissed off right now that he didn't get to see the rest of what that game is there. Damn.
It was actually about the direction of currents. You don't want to talk about that, though. Let's not talk about that because that actually works perfectly with the flat Earth. That's crazy. The right hand and left hand rule work perfectly with the flat Earth explanation of a singular motion, a singular direction, actual direction, and then a downward electric current. But what I'm explaining to you is if everything's actually moving in one direction, but then I look the other direction, it will objectively look like it's going the other way. You're saying that's not true. And then you brought up the right-hand rule and said, if I assume the Earth's a globe, and I put it, we all understand why the globe claims they look like they're going the opposite way. On the globe, all the stars are going east to west, but we're upside down relative to the northern position, so they look like they're going the opposite way.
And what he's saying is exactly what I've said before. The road right out in front of my house, it runs north and south. It's a north-south straight stretch of road. My mailbox is on the other side. So if I'm standing at my house looking at my mailbox and I see a northbound car, it is going from my right to my left. All right. Now, if I go over to my mailbox across the street and turn around and watch the car still going north. It's going to go from my left to my right. Does it change directions? No, I've just changed my observational viewpoint. That's all. And to think that that's, it's because you're on a ball. No.
Gotcha. So do they move in the opposite direction?
In actuality, they all move in the same direction, east to west.
In actuality, but how about in observation?
There's a difference in the observed and the actual card.
Because what's in actuality can be up to interpretation, right? But what's in observed is much more objective. So what do we observe to be true?
How do you not understand?
So he would think that the car on my road is going another direction based on his logic.
What I'm saying, which is that all stars moved in the same cardinal direction.
Mm-hmm. So,
do you agree?
Same cardinal direction. Go ahead and explain that.
All stars move east to west.
He didn't know what a cardinal direction was.
There we go. So when you're in the north hemisphere, they're going in one direction, and when you're in the south hemisphere, they're going in the other direction.
No, they're all going east to west.
Yes.
So they do go in two different directions.
No.
When you are in the different locations.
This is so crazy. This is like flat Earth.
So does that mean that the car, when I view it from the other side of my road, is now not heading north?
I kind of think he's being coy. I really do. I think that the globetard there is being coy. I think he's suggesting that, we know that when you look at the star rotations from the southern hemisphere, they appear to be going counterclockwise. And when you look at the star rotations from the northern hemisphere, they appear to be going clockwise. And when you look at the central, they just kind of go in a straight line.
Right.
So I think he's being coy there. I think he's kind of being a little facetious.
It's real simple. I mean, you can demonstrate this with yourself if you have a ceiling fan in your house. Okay, you can demonstrate this to yourself merely by turning on the fan and changing your position in the room of where you view that fan from. It doesn't switch directions because you moved.
Right. But if you looked at it from the top versus the bottom, it most certainly does.
But you're not looking at it from the top.
It most certainly does appear to switch directions. Right.
Well, it would appear to, but there again, you're just
making a ball argument. I think he's making a ball argument by saying that if they're rotating in opposite directions, that the one on the northern hemisphere would be on top of the ball, and the one on the southern hemisphere would be on the bottom of the ball.
Well, that's what they're.
And I just think that Austin Witsit hasn't quite gathered the joke that he's making there. He's making a meme of him at this moment.
Well, no, I'll tell you you'll see what happens too, because this guy on the left truly believes what he's saying. He's not joking. He believes this nonsense. He really does.
Earth 101, bro. And this is what he's going to eat up the last 10 minutes. He doesn't want to address my argument, but I'm going to say it one more time. All the stars move in the same cardinal direction, east to west, right? But there's an optical perceived direction, which is clockwise and counterclockwise. If every star was moving around Polaris and you look south, they would objectively look like they're going the opposite direction. Objectively, it can be replicated. You would have the optical convergence point like corpuscular and anticorpuscular rays, which he concedes exists. I want you to address the actual electrical field argument. We've talked about like all of your arguments. I'm going to talk for a second now. You didn't concede to the retrograde. You claimed retrograde proves we move around the sun, even though there's a kinematic equivalence with retrograde, even according to relativity. That's absolutely not true. Parallax, aberration, and retrograde, kinematic equivalence all work with the Earth being stationary. Would you like to concede retrograde doesn't prove the Earth orbits the sun?
See, I think Whitson did a little bit better that time by asking him and then directing. I think Witsit did a little bit better that time by asking him why he hasn't addressed those questions and then clarifying which questions he was referring to. I believe that should be done all the time automatically.
Sure. Yeah, I think even if you got to have a little pad of paper or something there, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We have a circle of despair. Bueno momento.
What the globe model predicts is the retrograde movement, right? We could predict that even if we didn't see it, right? If we imagine just our brand new planet that joined our solar system, we could predict the motion it would move. We would predict what retrograde motion we would see with that new planet. It's a predictive, it has predictive capability.
So does a geocentric model.
No, it doesn't, Austin. As
It
you,
absolutely does.
as
It's
you
called
have
the
said
neo.
multiple times, your entire model is founded on the fact that, yeah, we see it multiple times in the sky, so we can maybe make some predictions about it, but we can't
Dude.
really do any further than that because
It's
we
called
don't
the
know
neo.
what it is, we don't know why it's moving, we don't know where it's going, we don't know anything about it, we just know we see it. We know more than that. We see it, but we also know more.
It's called the neotychonic model. Okay. And it absolutely has the same exact kinematic predictive capability for retrograde. This is very basic stuff. If you would like to read a paper on it, I'm happy to send it to you, right? It's called the Neo-Tychonian Newtonian Machian Analysis of Planetary Motion.
Mhm.
It's not complicated. But now, so you're wrong. If you think retrograde proves the Earth's orbiting the sun, I wouldn't be talking down to so many people like flat earthers are just ignorant. That's very basic stuff. There's a kinematic equivalence according to relativity. So that means all astronomical observations can be validly explained from a central position. Go read some Stephen Hawking. He'll tell you the same thing. But what I want you to do is address my one argument I made.
No, he won't. If you watched Austin Witsit today, Stephen Hawking would probably just hear, and somebody would say, the equivalency factor is
which is that we have a vertical electric field on the Earth with equipotential lines, and that this requires two Gaussian surfaces that are parallel to each other and perpendicular to that. And since we have a uniform electric field, you cannot have that on a sphere. You cannot have uniformity of a vertical electric field on a sphere. It's physically impossible. Therefore, proving that the Earth is not a sphere and that there is something acting as a second Gaussian plate above us.
Gotcha. So I will acknowledge what you're saying. The first thing you said, what was that model that you described that would display the the
It's called
retrograde
the
motion?
Neo-Tychonic model or Neo-Tychonian model.
Gotcha. And you will admit you didn't explain what that model was in this
I
debate,
did. I
right?
did already explain it. I said.
Oh,
it
you
has all
explained
the-
it. Do you think everyone in this debate, or
Yes.
most people, would understand what you were saying?
Yeah, and I'll repeat what I said already.
Gotcha.
Which was,
So everyone who's listening right now, if you don't already understand what the Neo-Tychonian, whatever the hell model that Witsit just described is, if you don't already understand what it is, then he knows he's taking advantage of you.
okay, so
it's the fucking Astrolab is a Neo-Tychonian model. Okay, the Astrolab, or I'm sorry, the Prague clock. Okay, the Prague clock is a perfect example of that. If you want to look into that yourself, here's a link for you all. Put it in here, paste it, send it. Let me go and do this over here in this chat as well. There we go. So if you want to look into that yourself, go right ahead. If you've ever seen the Prague clock, which is highly accurate, that's a great example. They've recently defaced it a bit by painting planets in it and shit, but either way, let's get on.
I already said what it is, which is the Neo-Tychonic model is all the planets moving around the sun as that whole system moves around the Earth. I did explain that if you can just think about it for a second, you would know that would give you the exact same explanation for why the planets look like they're going backwards in retrograde. It's called the Neo-Tychonic system. Tycho Brahe's system, of course, was here before any other heliocentric model. It's a slightly updated using Machian principle. Here's the paper. Can I share the screen? You're just showing your. Can I share my screen to the paper, please?
Yes. Let me stop sharing.
But to be fair, you may have missed it, but I absolutely did explain that. And if you think about it, it makes very simple sense. I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay. the Newtonian Machine Analysis of Neo-Tychonian Model of Planetary Motions. It was published by the European Journal of Physics. Last time I did a debate on this, people claimed that it wasn't a real paper, so I just wanted to show it. This is the paper. And actually, if you want it, I can get it for you. I have the actual PDF.
Love
So, okay,
paper.
and anyway, and it's not even like that simple. It's not that complicated. Please don't freeze again. Okay. Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? If all the planets moved around the sun, and then the sun was moving around the earth from the earth's position, as the planets move around the sun, it would look like they're going backwards from our perspective, which is the same explanation the heliocentric model has for retrograde.
So your entire argument is that everything is moving the exact way our gravity predicts, except we want to be the inertial ones. Is that your prediction?
First of all, we have
That's what you just said, right?
We've already scientifically and experimentally proven that the Earth is a stationary lab frame with interferometry. Your gravity doesn't predict the planet.
I asked a yes or no question, but I was thinking you're saying yes. So
yeah, the
what
Earth,
you're saying
the Earth is inertial
everything,
provably. That's what I said.
Everything looks just like as if they were a bunch of planets orbiting the sun. It all looks like that, and it very well might be that way. Also, we're not orbiting the sun.
Well, no, actually, it only looks that way because we created the system over time, right? And it still doesn't even work. We have the Mercury perihelion shift. It doesn't work. It doesn't even work with your model or with any version of gravity that's ever been proposed, right? It doesn't work. But yes, what we saw was that there are something called stars and then planets, planae, wandering stars. They move a little different and they move seemingly backwards from our perspective. I explained two options. One is that we actually measure the motion, right, in relation to the background stars. So if the planets periodically slow down in relation to the background stars, it would look like they're going.
You know, a lot of people think that in order to conceal carry, you're going to need a tactical belt and a set of jeans. Well, I'm here to tell you.
Backwards, it would cause retrograde. Secondly, it could just be that
I don't know if that
the
doubled
planets
over,
move in
sorry.
relation to the sun that moves around the Earth, and that would give you retrograde. So now we're going to go to the actual empirical measurements on the Earth that tried to measure the motion of the Earth that is claimed and prove that the Earth is not orbiting the sun, and Michelson-Morley requiring Newtonian mechanics be thrown out, and Einstein saying, turns out everything that happens on the Earth is going to happen like the Earth is in a state of rest. You'll never be able to disprove it's in a state of rest. You'll never be able to measure or detect the Earth moving through space.
I was just thinking when he was talking about that, have you ever been on a ride at the fair? They called it the octopus or the spider. It was usually these black things that came up out of a center, and then it had like these cars hanging from these spindles, and that would spin, and then each of those things with the cars in them would spin. And I was just thinking about the kind of optical illusions that would take place with the other cars as you were in motion like that. And I was like, oh my God, it was just like that same thing about retrograde. I was like, oh, wow, yeah. I could see that.
That is your current position. So if we're going to use Occam's razor, that would mean the Earth is, of course, at rest. You're going to claim it's an illusion. So you don't like Occam's razor. Occam's razor destroys the globe.
Occam's razor. I do love Occam's razor because mine requires so few lesser assumptions than yours. You are literally trying to say everything on it all looks like it's orbiting the sun, but we're not. We're the inertial ones, but everything else is orbiting the sun, but the sun is orbiting us. That requires an unbelievable amount of cognitive dissonance. What's it?
No, address the point. Address that the measurement showed the Earth is because
the Earth
the measurement showed the Earth is not moving around the sun. And what your position did, if we're going to apply Occam's razor, if we use highly precise interferometry that should be decisive, quote unquote, from Einstein, over 10 times more sensitive than it needs to be to detect the orbit of the Earth, and it shows the Earth is stationary, Occam's razor would say the Earth is stationary. What did your side do? Throughout all of physics, throughout Newtonian mechanics, came up with a brand new idea of 4D space-time geometry that bends and warps. And actually, even though we're curving around the sun, we're not curving, we're going straight. We're going straight in an orbit, and then we're free falling through a geodesic path. And we weren't able to detect it because it's just linear motion and the interferometry can't detect it. But then in 2004, we actually detected linear motion with the interferometry by weighing, which even disproves that explanation. So there is no way the Earth is orbiting. It's a fact. So your subjective opinion of how you think it's cognitive dissonance or it's convenient doesn't in any way combat the physical empirical measurements. So have you
Let's talk
researched
about
any
Michaels
of
and
that?
Morley? Are you ready for Michaels and Morley?
Yeah.
All right.
Morley.
So, sorry, Nichols and Morley.
Hold on. So
I missed
we're pretty much at the end of our open discussion. In fact, we've gone over a little bit, and I know that William, you really wanted to have like a closing statement. So
Yes.
I will allow. How much time do you think you want there, William, for the closing
A
statement?
minute or two.
Minute or two. So I'm going to allow you a closing statement, and then I'm going to return the exact same time to Witsit to have the final word, and then we'll go into Q&A.
I think this dude used Occam's razor to shave his mustache off with. That just, I don't know. That's always just looks so funny to me as a beard with no mustache. It's like Amish or something, man.
Amish, yeah.
Yeah. Mennonites. We got a lot of Mennonites around this area. In fact, my first ancestor that came here in the Shenandoah Valley in 1752 was a Mennonite minister. I'm not a Mennonite, as you probably guessed.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. All right.
All right,
And
everyone.
it's all yours.
All right. For my final argument, I want to talk about this man, Mike Hughes. Mike Hughes was born and raised into a loving family in Oklahoma City, and he killed himself on February 22nd, 2020, for the cause of flat Earth. And if all of the audience tonight truly want to challenge their perspective and try to discover real truth, please do not watch another flat Earth documentary that's trying to prove flat Earth wrong. Do not watch another one of those. Instead, watch a documentary about Rajneesh Puram or Nexium. That's supposed to say Nexium. Sorry, with an N. Nexium. Watch Rajneesh Puram or Nexium or Love Has Won or Heaven's Gate. Watch documentaries about these things and other things like them, because one person has already died in the name of flat Earth. We want to ensure that this never, ever happens again. Thank you. That's my final argument.
All right, Witsit, you can have the final word. It's just over a minute, so it's all yours, bud, and then we'll get into Q&A.
Flat Earth kills. Oh my God, y'all. Ooh, the humanity.
Mike Hughes supposedly was a flat earther that wanted to prove the Earth's not curving and shot a rocket up, not even higher than the highest building on the Earth. And we send balloons up over 100,000 feet. What's even funnier is he's on record admitting he's not actually a flat earther, and all the people that were with him making the movement to raise the money came out and said it was just a PR stunt to try to raise money. He didn't think the Earth was flat. So a globe earther was dumb enough to think it made sense to claim going lower than the highest building on the Earth would prove flat Earth, to try to raise money and lie to people. So that's a very underhanded tactic. And what we proved is that retrograde was wrong. What we proved is that the lunar eclipse is a geometric impossibility on the globe. What we proved is that you couldn't even address for a second the vertical electric field in the Earth, and that you don't understand the MMX, and then subsequent interferometry measurements prove the Earth is not orbiting. The truth is that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane. All you did was look at the cycle of the sky, reverse engineer a model, reify, presuppose, and affirm the consequent, and then hand wave dismiss all empirical measurements. So that is a summary of the debate.
Thank you, Witsit. All right. Wow. What?
Yeah, that was quite a bit, man. I don't know how he can talk that fast either, but hey, you got to get a lot of information out in a short period of time. Remember that dude that used to sell him little cars and little micro machines things on TV, and he'd talk really, really, really fast? That guy was insane, man.
What an amazing debate. That is what I'll never forget. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. That was awesome. The audience here is definitely loving it. I'm loving it. And because of that, we have a whole lot of work still to do, boys. But before we get into those super chats, I'm going to go ahead and just remind everyone to go to hit like and subscribe. Don't forget to become a channel member. Also, if you think you've got what it takes to go toe-to-toe with Witsit Gets It, hey, man, Modern Day Debates opening up the door to anyone who wants a shot. And William Harris, I'm pretty confident we're going to see you again someday too. So if you think you got what it takes to go up against William Harris and defend the flat Earth, hey, email us. Let us know what your argument.
I gotta say too, these globies too, and it's a belief system, definitely like a religion, and it's at the level of the burn the witch, burn the heretic type of religion. It really is. It's that fanatical, because these people completely lose their fucking minds.
You know, in contrast, wouldn't I don't know also be a belief system?
No. How could it be?
It's most certainly not a proof system.
No.
Or even a looking into system.
Do you think that it's somehow possible for someone to determine the composition, shape, size, and distance of something without examining it? Do you?
We are here, right?
Well, wait a second. Let's take another object, such as a star or the sun. Okay. Do you think that it would be impossible to determine what exactly it is without close examination and analysis?
What would you consider examination? I mean,
I
are you
would say
talking
that it
about
would have
just
to
like
be-
going there and actually grabbing it and doing weird things with it? Or are you talking about maybe spectroscopy, which I know you don't like, and I can't say
No, it's
right
not
anyway.
that I don't like it. It's
But you know
bullshit.
with that whole thing, it's not necessarily, because you can take a torch right there in your house and take a piece of a penny, cut a piece of a penny, and then hit that penny with a torch,
and it'll burn green.
It will burn green.
You know
And
what
if
else?
take
You know what else
silver,
puts off?
if you
You know what
take
else will-
silver and you
But
heat
you know what
that
else
up,
puts off
it
a
will
green
burn
light?
a brilliant blue.
So then
And
that,
if you
that
take
means
magnesium,
wait. Okay, wait. So with that, I could take a spectroscopy reading of a traffic light and determine that the green light is made by copper, right?
Actually, if you took a spectroscopy reading, like I said, I can't say the freaking word. If you took a spectroscopy reading of the traffic light, you would come out with white, because it's going to eliminate the background color.
Wait a second. The green light?
It's
aren't
not
they shining
green.
on-
It's not green without a lens over the top of it. The only thing that is
Okay,
making it
so
green is the
it's
lens over the
lens.
top
We
of it.
know that though objectively.
But we know that
However,
there's not individual lenses over all the different stars.
So then copper, for instance, is not the only thing that emits a green spectrum of light, correct?
When we're referring to natural heat reactions, yes.
Right. So how did they determine
when we're
what kind
referring
of a
to
reaction?
natural
Wait a
heat
second.
reactions
How
like
is it
the sun,
determined?
yes.
How is it determined what kind of a reaction is taking place in a star?
Yeah, like I said, that when you'll run circles around without anything from your end, of course.
Or anywhere. Okay,
Because
you know
it's just
why?
I don't
Because
know.
it's nonsense.
And I don't know is a belief system.
No, it's not. I don't know merely means I do not have enough information to make a concrete claim about it.
So I go on a channel, I create a channel on YouTube making concrete claims.
Where?
Would you say this is a flat earth proponent channel?
I would say that we are proponents of a level stationary plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. Yes, absolutely.
There you go.
Okay.
See, here's the thing, man. It's like NASA specializes specifically in stuff that is too far away or is like ununderstood or unverifiable. So it works in their favor because they know that we can't go out and measure the stars or go up there and do stuff. Even though we could go up and do stuff if the resources hadn't been taken away from us. So it's for all those reasons I feel they've got a
It's
grip on it.
It's a lot like Santa Claus, Anson. It's too far away. You can't go visit him. It's in an impossible place for you to get to. However, we can prove that Santa Claus is real because look, here's some video of him flying along in a sleigh. We have, And of course, here's hundreds and hundreds of witnesses that have sat on Santa Claus's lap and actually talked to him. We have photographs. Okay.
Yeah, and the thing is, they'll still give you the fakery. And to be honest, man, once that fakery has been performed, that's it. You know, it's all fakery, because they never would have done that if there hadn't been the agenda. So it's like, for all those reasons, it's like all they can say is we, us, and NASA. Well, we know NASA are fake, so they've got nothing.
Hey,
They
Samson,
haven't gone outside and made observations using their eyes and telescopes. Because if they had, they would have seen that those stars are just blobs of energy and stuff. So it's all completely disingenuous.
Samson, I have an interesting question which leads to a comment that was made in chat. Do you watch debates between flat earthers and globe earthers? There's a couple of questions here. I'm sure you do.
Who are they asking?
It was a question. We'll get to that. So I was wondering if you watch debates between flat earthers and globe earthers. Now, okay, we'll move forward with that. Would you say that you have ever seen a globe earther win a debate against a flat earther?
No.
Well, yeah, for a start, you can't really, I mean, it's all my opinion anyway, whether they've won or lost, but have I seen a no, basically, because
the reason why I asked that is because the question or the statement is that why do stupid globetards continue to debate this topic when they've lost every debate? And my belief is that if you have that opinion, you're not accurately watching a debate. And I can give an example of that. We'll use Republican and Democrat, and we'll use both. We'll use both sides. If I am watching a Republican debate and I automatically, or at the end of the debate, every single Republican debate I have ever watched in my life, the Republican has lost and the Democrat has won, then I can't really say that I'm actually accurately watching that debate. The same as if I watch a Democratic debate and I guarantee that every time that Democrat debates, they lose and the Republican wins. Again, I'm not watching with an open mind. At some point, one Republican or one Democrat has to be able to make a point that is accurate, or at least that is acceptable. All points in every single debate on a topic can't always be wrong.
Okay, so what about when the opponent, example, Fort Worth, right here, okay, William hasn't given any viable facts. In fact, he's been proven wrong on several occasions, including his invoking of Newtonian gravity. Okay. That right there in itself is count to go, well, this guy's not doing too good. Now, if I were to see this guy on the left making points and refuting Witsit to where Witsit cannot provide substantial evidence or information to counter the refutation, then yes, I would say, oh, he's got a bigger hand. But it always comes down to this. And as my friend Lucky Haskins always says, when it comes down to it, the only thing they have is their mockery and fake space. That's it. No demonstrable proof, no demonstrable evidence of such a physical, scientific impossibility at all. And right at the basics, the fucking thing is dead on arrival. I think that looking at the sky to determine the condition of where you're viewing it from is as retarded as checking to see if you have enough gas by looking up your cat's ass. Right? That no correlation whatsoever. None.
You know, I would have to argue by design, much like the roof and the floor. You know, if you wanted to look up this at space, or if you wanted to figure out what your floor looked like, then you can look up at your roof and you can look at your light bulb. And if your light bulb is round, well, you must assume that your floor is round. That's a little bit, wait. That's a little bit ridiculous, and I can explain how. If I look up at my roof, I guarantee my roof pattern matches my floor exactly. Even if the roof is arched, the point at where the arch comes to the wall matches my floor perfectly. I don't know why I would ever look at a light bulb. That's ridiculous.
Okay, so then when we look up and look at the sky and discount these stars.
Oh, I'm not trying to say that that's I'm trying to say that your description, your analogy of looking at the roof, you're looking at the wrong thing if you suggest looking at the light bulb. And you know that. That's why you chose a light bulb, because if you look at the roof, it's clearly the same as your floor. It's a deception. Did Sub freeze?
Yeah, I think.
Anyway, so we could go on with whatever, you know.
I think the key word is deception, and it always comes down to some trickery has happened somewhere, and then that's
right. Well, I mean, in that description of looking at your light bulb, there's a trickery there. He's making the person who's listening to him direct their attention to the light bulb and away from the roof, which clearly matches the floor.
Yeah, and besides which, it's putting thoughts in my head, because I don't necessarily see it round like a light bulb. I see this kind of radiating, circular, thick, pulsating energy thing. You know?
Yeah, I don't really.
They're kind of funny like that as well. It's like, oh, you see the planets as round, but who says I do? Maybe
now
the
planets, I can actually attest to that because I have a telescope and have seen the planets, have a starfinder. It's pretty good. And I can tell you that they most certainly look solid, and they most certainly look three-dimensional. That's just the best way I could say it, in the safest way I could say it.
Yeah, but then the moon does as well. It kind of looks 3D, but then in a way it doesn't. So what's happening with that? Maybe it's a projection of something 3D, or I don't know. We don't know, do we?
Yeah, I don't. What happened to Solve?
I don't know, man. Yeah.
He's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So I've been playing this game, Scum, and I guess they have. It's a game where the government has decided that they're going to throw prisoners. All of them are arson, which is kind of funny, but decided that they'd throw prisoners onto this strange island where all of the inhabitants of the island, for some reason, are zombies.
Yeah, I thought I knew the zombie bit was coming soon.
And or prisoners like me who are running around trying to loot everything and everyone under the sun, including me. And it's a great game. I mean, you build things. You basically start off with nothing but your prisoner outfit, and you have to pick up some rocks to make like a knife, and then from there you use the knife to chop the wood, and then it's a survival type game, and it's got a massive biological system in it where the character registers heat and cold. It gets hot and cold, and if you put on different clothing, he gets hot and cold regarding which clothing you're wearing. He gets weak after eating. Yeah, we got you, Solve. He gets weak after eating or whatnot, and I guess you have to pay attention to not only calorie intake, but what types of food you're eating: beef, starch, and vitamin intakes. You have to track vitamin intakes. The game is absolutely crazy, sick, good. You know what I mean?
It's basically like it's completely realistic, immersive like thing. Like
as immersive as they can possibly get it. Now there's not, and that might actually be more on the realistic end as well. There's not as many zombies as I would, like the zombies movies. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of zombies all gathered in like this horde. For the most part, your zombies are like, the biggest ones I've seen are maybe 10, 20 zombies in an area, which I guess does kind of lend a little bit more realism as well, because I don't know, after they've devoured a certain number of people, there's really nothing left even for the zombies to devour. So you would imagine that they would also die down in numbers equally as fast as society is dying down in numbers. That they would also die down in numbers. An echo. Equally as fast as society is dying down in numbers. That they would also die down in numbers. An echo.
Yeah, that's my phone. Hang on a second. I forgot about it. Fuck. There it's
Yeah,
going.
I tried to keep something going that, might be a little interesting when you got
crazy. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. I think.
Oh, you rage quit. You did, man.
Yeah, that's what it was. Let's see, where were we at? I think we were about right here. Close. Anyway,
Here's one thing you need
let's
to
watch
do
a
before
commercial
buying
first.
anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch the
I won't
travel in the same direction on the poles, whether it's north or south, because you're just confused, right? It's an orientation issue. So this is obviously going to disprove the globe. So could I please share my screen to discuss this?
No, I'm sharing my screen. You just claimed that this word was impenetrable, made up jargon, garbage.
No, I didn't say it was made up.
Would love to see that.
Yeah, I had such a hard time thinking about what to talk about because unless I'm being poked the right way, there's no argument globe flat. I just have to go to something else. You know what I mean?
I just let the people in my head tell me.
Because I've been studying relativity for like 4 months now. Oh my God, that is a mad mess of, it's a mess on top of a stack of messes. But I've been trying to wrap my head around it.
Some bugged out German amphetamines come up with that, man.
Subscribers, this is one hot debate right now, and I think you guys would all agree this is fantastic.
Justin, do I need to drop out? Am I looking okay?
Oh wait, this is where he froze. Hang on.
We're just gonna wait for Witsit to come back in.
Let's see. See, that sucks, man.
Another flat Earth documentary that's trying to prove flat Earth wrong. Do not watch another one of those.
Okay, we had that.
Raise money and lie to people. So that's a very underhanded tactic. And what we proved is that retrograde was wrong. What we proved is that the lunar eclipse is a geometric impossibility on the globe. What we proved is that you couldn't even address for a second the vertical electric field in the Earth, and that you don't understand the MMX, and then subsequent interferometry measurements prove the Earth is not orbiting. The truth is that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane. All you did was look at the cycle of the sky, reverse engineer a model, reify, presuppose, and affirm the consequent, and then hand wave dismiss all empirical measurements. So that is a summary of the debate.
Thank you, Witsit. All right. Wow. What an amazing debate. That is one I'll never forget. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. That was awesome. The audience here is definitely loving it. I'm loving it. And because of that, we have a whole lot of work still to do, boys. But before we get into those super chats, I'm going to go ahead and just remind everyone to go to hit like and subscribe. Don't forget to become a channel member. $. Question for Witsit. Mr. Beast spent 50 hours in Antarctica, filmed the 24-hour sun and filmed the 24-hour sun at the Union Glacier region. Is he part of the conspiracy? Mr. Beast part of the Lizard Man Illuminati?
Yeah, that's called poisoning the well. But they admittedly didn't see the sun for 24 hours. So they only saw sunlight. They admitted they didn't see the actual sun for 24 hours. I know a former NASA employee that was stationed there for 6 months says you never see the sun for 24 hours, which is required on the globe. We see the sun for 24 hours in the north. We have tons of time lapses of it. All the ones from the south are faked. So that doesn't prove anything. Admittedly, they didn't even see the sun for 24 hours. We're actually planning a trip to Antarctica, and I'll prove it to you myself that we're not going to see the sun for 24 hours. So that's a globe problem.
Pretty cool. Go there. Hell yeah. I wish I could. Except I don't, because I hate cold. And I don't trust penguins, man.
All right. Next question, LJ $1.99. This one's likely for you, William. Has gravity ever been measured as a force?
It's been measured as a force as much as a force could ever be measured. How's that?
That's your answer. That's fine.
There's a limit to our understanding of anything. There's always a limit. And at some point, a phenomena that is observed consistently every single time with the same conditions, you see it so often, you label it a force. And once it's observed that many times,
that's why I
forces
label
become
weed a
fact.
force.
So
I
yes,
see it
we've
so
observed it
often.
as a force because
That's
that's
Gravity's not a
force
force
be
anymore.
with you.
Thank you, Witsit.
No problem, brother.
Shorts.
Just for the record, I don't have anything against a little back and forth during Q&A, but I generally like the person who got the question asked to have the final word. So William, like, just so you know, I consider that fair play, but I would have let you have last word on that question. Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
Kango 44, $10 question for Witsit. I assume they're saying 2011 because they wrote 20,111. But 2011, James May TV presenter flew in a U-2 spy plane to 70,000 feet, and the curvature of the Earth is clearly visible. Is James May part of the conspiracy?
Oh man, dude. The geometry of your model says you don't see the curvature of the Earth from 70,000 feet, bro. Why do you guys say stuff like that? You wouldn't see the curvature from 120,000 feet. You wouldn't see the curvature from 62 miles. And then when you have like incredibly famous theoretical physicists from your side, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, come out and explain this with specificity, or the person that runs the world's biggest planetarium explain, you wouldn't even see it from the ISS, show all the math. You guys throw them under the bus. So do we believe the mainstream and it's so obvious what the Earth is, or do we believe everyone that undermines the mainstream because they feverishly fight crazy flat earthers? It's not really adding up. So no, you didn't see the curvature from 70,000 feet. We've been to 120,000 feet and not seen the curvature, right? With high altitude balloons. So no, he's not in on it. Depends on what camera he uses. I can make my sidewalk look curved. I can make my desk look curved if you impose curvature with the lens. Your own model says you wouldn't see it from that height. So please don't say that anymore.
I would love to give a response to this. So first off, you didn't
Absolutely
listen.
can, but like I said, Witsit will get to respond and have the final word. So
Perfect.
What was you going to say?
Oh, all the viewer was asking is that some pilot took a picture. He was a high altitude pilot on a U-2 plane, and that you can look at that picture and it shows a curvature, and ask why it's there. And I don't know what all that word salad was all about. I mean, it didn't answer the viewer's question.
He absolutely did. And it's the lens. Everyone knows it's the lens, right? You can make the Earth concave with the same lens. All you have to do is put the horizon above center. You put the horizon below center and it'll start being a ball. And the further you put it below center, the more radical the curvature becomes. Same thing if you go the other way. So I find it really hard to believe that people who have lived in houses with a peephole that has a wide angle lens designed for you to be able to see a wide area, you can see what it does. It distorts things, man. It's not difficult. I mean,
it majorly distorts it on the edges, which is kind of interesting because I've noticed that there's no real major stretchy stars on the horizon, which would be the edge.
Right. So
and you would think that if it's distorting like my looking out my peephole, that those stars on the edge would be all funky shaped like the things that are in the edge of my peephole.
Perhaps well, if you're looking through them like that, but perhaps the stars, as again, we don't know what they are attached in the material that makes up the firmament. Just a possibility. I don't know, but it would account for that. And we do have reference to the stars fixed in the heavens, stars fixed in the firmament. We have these phrases all the time: fixed, unmoving, unyielding. So I don't know.
Good. So first off, he didn't listen to the question. He said he was in a plane in a.
Well,
that's what the star trails are all about.
Right. Are they moving, or are they moving, or is the firmament itself moving? Or are they moving within whatever medium creates the firmament?
But you just said they were affixed, which would mean they're not moving at all.
Well, they're fixed. They don't change. They don't change in relation to one another. That's what it means. They stay fixed in the position that
Yeah,
they
I don't
are.
think the ball earthers, I'm not sure, but I don't think the ball earthers are suggesting that they change position with one another as far as stretching out or moving around anywhere, that they stay basically in the same place. They just go around on a merry-go-round type thing, is the way the flat earthers suggest, or round earthers suggest it. And I forgot where I was going with that.
It's kind of like you can actually, you know, like I said, you can project the same effect in the on the ceiling of a planetarium, and it's indistinguishable from outside. You know, it's going to be the same. It's all about the scale. It's just positions. These people always put this out, you know, oh, we can navigate using the stars. Well, goody fucking great for you. You can navigate using the stars. Not hard to do if you've got markers that are always the same. You know, that's really not that big of an accomplishment. Of course, we developed that method of travel because probably one of the first things that we discovered was that the stars remained constant and in a moving around the sky. We use that dictates our years, our month, everything. It's a timepiece, man. It's like those ones that cost thousands of dollars that tell you everything, you know. Then they advertise them in those frou-frou magazines, you know, that sissy boys read. And they put those, you know, they got the date and everything works all clockwork and all shit. You live on one. That's all based off those same movements. That whole thing, that whole mechanism is based off of those movements. And it's accurate. That's neat. We shouldn't call it Earth. We should call it Timex.
Observed it, there was no camera. Second of all, if you were on a globe, let's explore the globe model theory for a second. If you were on a globe, how tall would you need to go? How high would you need to go to see a curve? What's it?
Well, it's actually debated. You guys can't give me a definitive answer.
So how about you give me an answer?
I'm saying I've seen the math done many different ways because it has to invoke optics and it's actually not completely determined. But I personally think that you could see the curvature of the Earth from pretty low, even looking at the ocean. But your model.
So you're contradicting what you just said. You couldn't see the curve in an airplane.
According to your model.
But your model's math actually says that you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth in a plane. You absolutely would not. And that's what all the people that do the math for you. So if a globe earther wants to show me the math of how you would see it, I'll happily look at it. Okay. But just basically claiming you see it in a plane is ridiculous. Your model does not claim that. It claimed you wouldn't see it over 60 miles.
Everyone just heard you contradict yourself. You can have the last word.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that I think that it would be obvious that the Earth is a sphere, even at the surface of the Earth, with things like engineering. I think you would be able to see it over like even shorter increments of plane survey data, right? When we actually use plane survey data up to 100 square miles. So I'm saying you would actually see it with things like the autolites and stuff like that. We don't see it. Provably don't see it. We don't see left-right curvature at all. But again, my point is very simple, that your model does not claim you would see curvature from a plane. So everyone that's still claiming they saw curvature from a plane, which I just flew like 7 times, I promise you did not. Okay, 100%.
Why not? That's a weird thing to say.
I know for a fact that no one in here has seen curvature from a plane. I know many pilots, including ones that were in the military. They say that the Earth absolutely does not curve from a plane. And no, his question said that he showed everyone the curve, meaning he had to have videoed it. So I did hear the question. And again, if you guys think there's a ball, that's cool. But we've sent high altitude balloons up 120,000 feet showing that there isn't curvature. So if you're claiming you saw it from 30,000 feet, something's not adding up, right?
All right. Thank you, Witsit. And thank you, William. Next question, again, from LJ. So far, it's just Kango and LJ coming back and forth. So LJ, and because it's from our favorite LJ, there's no other LJ. This is definitely a question for William. 499, Globies blindly trust our modern science. Yet look where the food pyramid got us in 2024 from fit to fat. When has Earth curvature ever been measured?
So, curvature. You can measure the curvature with weather balloons. You can measure it by observing things going underneath the horizon. You can measure them with transmission lines at the salt flats that go so far that you can see them affected by the curvature of the Earth. There's many, many different ways to measure the curvature of the Earth. And just because you do not want to believe, you do not want to trust in these scientific organizations, I understand. You look at them as distrustful people, and I get it. But at the end of the day, you are throwing the entire universe of calculations out with a misunderstanding.
Calculations based on assumptions. Mathematics is not reality. Mathematics are a descriptive language. And if you're just describing nonsense, then it's still just fucking nonsense.
Thank you.
All right, I gotta point out for you, bro. Seeing things go below the horizon or looking in the distance and seeing a curve is not a measurement. It's like me looking down a hallway and saying that table is 7 feet. Like I can guess maybe or something. It's not a measurement. He's asking when the Earth's curvature has been physically measured, not optically assumed and reified.
So optics, you can use optics to make measurements. You agree, obviously. What's it?
No. You can make estimates.
Say again?
You can use optics. Please pay attention to the debate. You can use optics to take measurements. You would agree.
You can make calculations based on measurements, taking averages and trying to weigh out errors. And the more the distance is of your observation, the more the errors exist. That's how we do
surveying. I asked a yes or no question.
No.
And your answer optics to make measurements.
No. That's calculations.
You don't make optical measurements. Optical measurements, they're also a conspiracy. Thank you.
No. I'll have to.
I ended the question.
Okay, that's actually, like the way it works is you get the
it's
last
okay
word.
if he responds, but I'll still I will always come back to you, William.
I am
for
sorry.
The last word.
Witsit,
so,
please.
Like the audience is here for it, guys. Like continue to communicate. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
William does not want any refutation to it because he knows it's going to crush it. This is what they rely on. Oh, see, you admitted it. That's over. Don't talk about it. Little bastards. And why do they always have pasty, fucking greasy looking skin? Every last one of them pasty looking, doughy.
Yeah, so like for example, geodetic surveying claims that they make measurements with optics.
The moderator
really
also has
they look over
pasty
vast
looking
distance.
doughy skin.
He does.
I mean, I just thought I'd point that out there.
Yeah. Oh, he does. You know, I'm seeing this in normies. I really am. It's almost like they have a look. This guy's got I don't know if he's like seriously tired or something, but he looks like he's, but I don't know. Maybe he worked all day and then had to do this. I don't know, but he does. He looks tired.
A lot of times those bags under the eyes are an indicator of bad cholesterol control.
Yeah, maybe. He might need to get out like this other fella. I mean, go out in the fucking sun. Quit being afraid of the shit, man. It's not going to hurt you. Go out in the sun. Get a little bit of that. You need it. It might brighten the consciousness up a little bit too. A lot better than looking into a cathode ray tube all goddamn day,
And whatever they're looking at fluctuates. So they take averages, they have a weighted mean, they have a tolerance window, they throw certain observations out that don't fit within it. They do a calculation to get a weighted mean average, and then they try to put it into their assumed model. That is not a physical measurement. Okay, that is a calculation. Then that is actually just a weighted mean average. There is a fundamental difference in those two things.
Gotcha. So you cannot make measurements with optics. Is what you're saying?
No, you cannot make direct measurements with long distance optics. No.
Now you're.
Here you go, guys. You want to purchase this game?
You're moving the goalpost a little bit, huh, there, bud?
There's actually a guy online debunking if that game is real or not. The one with the lady eating the dudes and pooping them out and going on through the other stuff. There's a guy that is actually, his whole channel surrounds debating whether that game is real or not.
Oh my God. Yeah, I didn't pay as very much attention. I was focused on the little spot where it says skip.
Right, like we all are.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Pharmaceuticals, video games, whatever the fuck you're trying to sell.
As a matter of fact, I love that ad that says before you hit the skip button, and I've actually a time or two intentionally watched that entire ad.
Oh God, I've seen that.
just to see what and it doesn't give you nothing. It doesn't say anything. It's basically just hey, come over and check out what you can buy.
Every time I've seen that come up, I go ahead and click the skip and go, oh fuck, I hit skip, and I laugh.
Oh yeah, that's usually what I do. But there has been a time that I've actually watched that commercial and it doesn't give you any finalization on what you're actually getting for free or what they're actually selling.
Jesus. I don't know, man. I don't ever see anything worth a fuck that they sell on there. It's just irritating. It's just irritating.
Well, that's
we're
what
talking about optics.
I was just being more specific because you invoked long distance.
You weren't being specific before, but now you want to be specific. So which one is it? Optics or long distance optics?
Optics
in general. Those are two different things. Optics, perfect. I'm so happy you said that. So optics in general, no measurements can be possibly be taken.
Those are not physical.
What devices were they using in Mickles and Morley?
Those were interferometry light beams, and they weren't measuring sizes and distances. What they were doing is actually getting an interference pattern based on motion and displacement.
Right, and they were using light beams. And so what field of physics is that usually referred to as light beams?
Optics.
And they were using them to make measurements.
Yes, but that's not the same as observation. Is it?
I didn't say observation. I said measurement, didn't I?
You invoked observation.
I asked you, can you make measurements using optics? And you said no. And now you're changing your mind. You're contradicting yourself yet again. Thank you.
Specifically light, which
that dude I'm sorry, the Globey is grasping hard for a win. He is grasping hard. Okay, that's it. Don't say anything else. And it's like, dude, you asked a really fucking pointed question. You really did. You said, can things be measured? And of course, one's going to assume size and distance is what we measure. Movement, yeah, you can using light. Light is in the optics. However, if they move and you see that there's a physical deviation, then you've come to a conclusion. That's ridiculous, man.
The technical term for it is optics as a field, yes. But can you make measurements using observations? No.
All right. So we've got a lot of super chats coming. So William, last word is yours, and we're going to get to the next one.
He contradicted himself again, folks. He's contradicted himself like 10 times in this debate. I don't know what else to tell you. This man is selling you something. He's selling you a what's that phrase? He's selling you a bridge in somewhere that can't have a bridge. He's selling you a con. Thank you.
All right. Next question.
Arizona Bridge.
Don't like to comment on.
Yeah, right. And the London Bridge is in Arizona,
right?
It's in Lake Havasu.
I think they did that because of that whole joke thing.
I think it was too. I think it was too. But yeah, the poor guy. He's a little shook up. I mean. But given the amount of hubris he came in with, he deserves it. I think he deserves to eat some crow because he came in with a lot of hubris based on nothing substantial. On
our debater's appearance. However, I feel like this is good-hearted and okay.
That's mean.
If Witsit will entertain us, did you?
You can read whatever if it's about me, bro. I don't care.
Did you get a little sun over the holidays, my friend?
Yeah, I did today.
The whole chat is loving the red hue.
You got that glow. Looks good.
Yeah. So, anyways, they spent $5 just to ask like why you're so red. And
yeah, I got sun today.
Yeah, I didn't think you would mind, and that would be super.
Nah.
All right, LJ, big supporter tonight, LJ and Kango, of course. $1.99.
I remember years
LJ,
ago when I'd spend some time on the water, I'd always look like that, because I was born in Florida. So you spend some time on the water and you look like that in no time.
I believe he's in Florida.
Yeah, he probably enjoys the water like I did when I was there.
Yeah, I lived in Michigan, and in the summertime, that's where I spent my time. That was it. I was either fishing or boating or swimming.
Right.
One of those things. I would spend so much time in the water. I can remember at night when I'd lay down to go to sleep, I could actually still feel myself swaying in waves. I could still feel the waves of the lake, like I was in it still. It was, kind of still resonating with that rhythm. It was pretty cool.
most likely. Do you feel you are spinning, or is the ground stationary?
Oh man, do I feel like I'm spinning, or does it feel like it's stationary? It feels like it's stationary. And also, Newtonian physics is wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
All right.
no,
So next
you wanted to
question.
respond. Okay.
The
next
super
question.
chats are really coming in now. You guys have got them all.
Yeah.
With questions. So let's get to it. Can go $44 $5 question for Witsit. Is sun cream part of the big pharma conspiracy? Oh, that actually sounds
Yes.
like
It's
it was
about a
more of a jab.
sunburn.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, it is. It
Sorry,
literally.
It is, man. That's how you. I'm gonna say it, man. That's how you. I think you get skin cancer, man. You know, people didn't start getting that shit like they do until they started slathering shit on their body. You know,
Man, I don't trust any of those products.
I don't either, man. I don't either. We make our own soap. We make our own soap, and you know, I'm not, because God knows what the hell is in that. Your skin's the biggest organ in your body, and you absorb shit through it, man. So no, I don't want to be putting these things on it that I don't know what it is, and I halfway can't pronounce what the fuck ever it is if I do find what it is. You know,
Also,
Do you
it's
make a glycerin-based soap or a fat-based soap? I'm just curious.
fat base.
It's neat. Yeah, the whole soap making thing is kind of neat. I've done it, and it's kind of neat because you can also put whatever flavor, whatever effervescence you want to it. You know what I mean?
You know, it's listen. I'll tell you what, man. It's you got to be really careful because it's like they're trying to get you with everything. I mean, it's really when you look at it, it's just diabolical. The food, the air, the water, hygiene products. Now I saw where they're really attacking. I guess this is a thing now. Ball deodorant. You know, I didn't know there was a problem with people having ball odor. You know, we usually took a shower if we got grungy. You know, what is going on with that? And I'm looking at it going, well, there's probably some shit in there that's designed to fucking sterilize people. You know,
Yeah, I
that
don't
was
know.
my guess.
I don't know anything about ball deodorant.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I saw it advertised, man. I was like, what?
Is that part of that that razor that's based around?
It might be.
You know,
I think it might
trimming up
be.
your- I forget the brand name, but it's something.
It's a garden, baby. Let it grow.
Is. Yeah, no, please read all of them. Yes, it literally is though, because they've been tied directly to cancer, and oftentimes they put things like heavy metals inside of them, right? Like certain types of oxidated metals that have been tied directly to cancers. So you can look it up, right? Nitride. I don't know exactly which metal it is, but something oxide. Just look it up. It's ridiculous the stuff that they put, even if for coloring, like Skittles and stuff. They put that same heavy metal in sunscreen, but you can use things like coconut oil, which I clearly didn't do. Okay, I forgot, but you can use coconut oil, and it's good for you. Sunscreen is bad for you, absolutely.
What?
Don't use coconut oil. It increases the tanning or burning. That's what
really?
people in Florida rub on them to get a better, darker, richer tan.
Kind of, I guess it probably has a lensatic effect with the ultraviolet.
It literally cooks you. It cooks you like you would in an oven.
Yeah. You're being cooked in coconut oil.
Oh, that sounds good. See, I only use coconut oil if my coconuts squeak. And, you know, if the dipstick says it's low, well, then it's time for some coconut oil, but never then.
And I suggest not to use it.
You know what else is timed with cancer? Sunburns.
So allegedly.
All right. Anyways, let's refrain from any more of those kind of questions if we can.
Yeah, no shit. YouTube will
Witsit, thank
throw
you.
a fucking gasket.
Titanium oxide. Yeah, sorry.
Scary.
Ozian Talks, $5. Hey, Witsit, good to see you again. Why, when the electric current switches direction, do things not float, especially in some reverse lightning strikes?
Okay. The overall electric field of the Earth never switches. Okay, there are isolated areas that can fluctuate, and even when the lightning looks like it's going up, it's actually an area like above the surface that then meets up to the differential above it. But anyway, the object itself has a density, right? And so that's the compactness of matter, or volume and mass, right? And of course, because mass is volume times density. So anyway, the point is that what actually holds the matter together is the compactness of matter is held together by electrostatic charges. So that's what holds it together. It has a relationship with the medium, right? And then we call that buoyancy. If that exists, that buoyant force is significantly stronger than the 10 microamps per square meter that comes from the sky. And so in order to make something float, you're gonna have to introduce a lot of electrostatics or a lot of electric charge to overcome that weight. Okay, that's all it is. You have to overcome the weight or the buoyant relationship. And the electric field of the earth never flips, right? It's overall, there's always energy coming from the sky to the ground. And no one ever answers. If there's a downward electric current on the earth, would that create a downward bias? That's my question that Globers are just ready to answer.
Right. Next question. It's LJ again. Another $1.99. You ready, William? Why
Please.
doesn't Earth spin under a hovering helicopter?
That is a great question, and I think it was asked in good faith too. So the reason why airplanes and hovering helicopters move with reference to the Earth as an inertial frame is because helicopters and airplanes are already moving with the Earth, and they have the angular momentum that the Earth has already given it by it being on the surface of it. So you can look at the Earth and not feel the motion, just like what if you're in a helicopter and you don't see the motion of the Earth because you are already moving along with it, and don't feel any angular force because you have been feeling it. You've been going that way already.
Once you've left the source of rotation, you would begin to decelerate because you don't have anything causing you to move in that direction along with the earth anymore. So either the air is made of jello or the earth isn't spinning. It's that fucking simple. You don't just keep going ad nauseum because it's disconnected from the source of rotation. That's ridiculous. What, is that an orbit?
So does the air move in lockstep with the earth?
Orbit.
No, because wind.
Oh, so then
You feel wind, right?
So it's not just going to keep moving with the earth because the air.
Most of it does.
But the air isn't doing it.
I said most of it does. What's it?
Oh, so it's close but no cigar. I got it.
Yes, that's what a lot of science is. What's it? Pay attention.
Thanks. You just gave like a first grade explanation of something super basic. Chill out.
I know it was a first grade explanation, was it, of a first grade concept?
Yeah, but he's pointing out the intrinsic contradiction.
I don't think this exchange is really going anywhere.
Probably not. You're right.
Yeah. Are we okay to move on, William, or do you got another word?
Oh, you're good. Let's keep going.
Okay.
No, you want to get off.
Kango 44. So Kango and LJ, like you guys, thanks for coming. You're always here. You're always super chatting. Massive channel supporters. We can't deny that.
The best. We love them.
Yeah. So Kango 44, which means this question's for Witsit. We have thousands of images of Earth from space. You can't even begin to show that any of them are fake, which makes your whole argument ridiculous.
Dude, they're admittedly CGI. How can someone still be around the convo? Look, I'm going to say this really quick. This is what happened to me. Someone said the earth was flat. I thought it was the stupidest thing I'd ever heard. Okay. So I was like, dude, we have probably millions of pictures of Earth from space. I'm just going to go Google them. Okay. So I went to just quickly disprove flat Earth and look at the Earth from space. And what did I find out? That the famous picture that was on everyone's iPhone of the Earth from space actually wasn't a picture. It was actually CGI, admittedly. And I found the person saying that it was just artwork, basically. He painted on top of it and they took flat Earth pictures and wrapped it around the ball. I'm like, this is super weird. And then I found out the last real picture that was supposedly from space was from 1972 Apollo missions. Of course, I already knew that those were fake. So then I fell down the rabbit hole. That's the first thing. If you're still claiming that they're real, that's highly suspect, bro.
No, it makes me wonder, does he know about the Hamari 9?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the Hamari 9 supposedly, according to the Ball Earthers,
Yeah.
is far enough out there to see a complete Earth. And not only the Hamari 9, there's also now, unless if you're going to suggest that you can't go there, then why is he even bringing it up unless that's a straw man? You know what I
Right.
mean? Unless he can.
Right. The satellite in question, I'll get into that on another show here real soon. And I've showed about it on here before. It's demonstrably not real. Just given to where you're getting they're getting their data. This is
And
no joke.
today, like, I know you say all the time that they throw this globe junk at us, which, you know, and sometimes there are some times, which you're absolutely right on that. They do seem to throw a lot of that at us. And I was noticing that they had a satellite image of the moon crossing over the surface of the earth. Now, that one, I don't know anything about that satellite, and I would have to go with the argument that it looks a little hinky to me. But you know, the Hamari 9 images, I've studied that quite a bit, the Hamari, and it seems like those I don't really see how there's one of the claims that I hear a lot is that there's these cloud patterns that are always the same every time you look at the Earth. And that's what's interesting about the Hamari 9 is it records data 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And out of that data, there's always different the cloud patterns. You can take your pencil and put them on one and watch them disappear, and take it and put it on another, and you'll never really find that repetitive cloud pattern from Hamari 9, at least from Hamari 9.
Well, when you find out that Hamari 9 is nothing more than taking a computer model ball and transposing Doppler radar imagery onto it, filtered through a computer, yeah, and you start going, what satellite? It's listen, there's no the level of trickery goes beyond. I mean, it's ridiculous at some points.
Yeah, and imagine with their infinite resources as well, that it's just more temptation for them to try and pull off the most outrageous stuff and keep going, because they're just like the money just keeps rolling in, you know.
And the more money that rolls in, the more dark projects, all back fucking room projects and shit that they're running. You know, we showed right there on the True Earth Wiki. I think Joel had posted on there some of the PDF from NASA that they used in a PowerPoint demonstration as to what their money actually goes toward, what research they actually do, and you find out that it's directed energy weaponry, smart dust, all kinds of surveillance, all kinds of crazy shit designed to fuck you up. You know, so you're paying for your own executions, man. Just letting you know.
All right. Thank you, Witsit. Next question. LJ again, $1.99. I promise there's super chat from other people. Just these two gentlemen were there right from
we love these two gentlemen. Keep it coming.
What's the proof of Jupiter's mass, size, and gravity?
Ooh, good question. I'm sure he's going to invoke spectroscopy. I'm sure he's going to invoke that, and has never really looked into what it entails. Okay, you get the basics, but when you put it into practice, sorry, babe.
Size and gravity. I'm guessing that's for me. So you can tell an object's gravity and mass by really the only way to make any observation is to test how it interacts with things around it. You can tell the Jupiter's mass by observing all sorts of the gravitational effects it has when it's orbiting the sun, as well as the orbits of the moons around it. You can tell how much mass it has by seeing how massive the moon is. And
for just $67, you can make as many videos as you want, and you never need to pick up a camera or use any fancy.
Wow.
How much
you sit on your ass.
Jupiter moves in the orbit compared to the moon. There's many different ways you can measure mass of planets, and that's just one of them.
All right, thank you. Enlightenment Tucson sends
That was the
$15.
dumbest fucking
It's their
answer
first
that
ever
I've heard yet.
super, and they didn't put a question on there. But I see that they are active, and they have a lot of other questions coming up here in a second. But their first ever was just a throw at us of $15. Very next question is Paul Brassfield, $10. Cargo ships leaving Long Beach, California, take a straight route to Hong Kong. They do not take a constant starboard turn to get there. How is that possible on a flat Earth map? Please explain. Assume this is for Witsit.
I missed exactly where he said they went.
So they do not take a constant starboard. Sorry, I'm getting pasty here. They do not take a constant starboard turn to get there. How is that possible on a flat Earth map? Please explain.
I'm sorry. I'm asking, like, what was the flight? It's a flight, I'm guessing?
Boat. Cargo ships leaving
Oh.
Long Beach, California, take a
Okay.
straight route to Hong Kong, and they do
Gotcha.
not take a starboard turn. In other words, they don't turn.
Yeah.
Can you explain
That's
that?
kind of a crazy question because that doesn't exist. So when you navigate, you can't go straight. That literally doesn't exist, right? Like it's even been proven you can't even walk perfectly straight for like 100 yards. So we're constantly correcting with a compass. Okay. And typically we even use GPS. So in a boat, you're never going perfectly straight. You're constantly updating relative to your compass. And typically in a boat, you actually use magnetic declination corrections. Right. So the compass will read one thing, but you have to make a major correction or you wouldn't get where you're going. You don't ever just go straight from one place to one place. That isn't how navigation works.
No, it doesn't.
No, but if you were to go straight on a globe, it would be turning for a flat Earth. You would agree.
Yeah, you would have a geodesic path. Yeah.
Right. That's the point of the question is if you're turning, if you're going in a quote straight path on the globe model, you'd have to be turning constantly for the flat Earth model, and you don't. That's the point of the question.
No, he said they go straight, and objectively, they are constantly updating relative to their compass. So if you were gradually turning, you wouldn't even know it. That's how navigation works. You guys act like they would have to cut like they're going around a sharp turn the whole time. That isn't how it would work at all. You would basically be going straight, just slightly updating relative to your compass and magnetic declination. It's a crazy question. It's also just completely inaccurate to claim that they went straight anywhere. They absolutely did not. Yes, there's a difference in the paths on a flat Earth and a globe. We get it. That doesn't prove that they did one way or the other.
All right, thank you. Enlightenment Tucson. That last word is going to be a tricky one for me. Anyways, the gentleman that said $15 earlier throws $5. He acknowledges Globers, so this question is probably for you, William. Why do Globers reject government docs state flat, not rotating Earth? An analogy, I want to make an apple pie. Can you pass me those bananas?
What?
So I don't know what he's referencing in terms of the documents that we deny exist.
Yeah, the question's a little tricky to understand, but I do understand the part of he says there are government docs that state that the Earth is flat, not rotating. Are there any documents like that you're ignoring, William?
Man, I would love to know about those docs. Send them in the chat. Thank you. No, I also love the apple pie comment. That was funny.
Wisco Matt, $5. Witsit.
I know
what
one
is the
plane
free
surveying.
body problem.
That's the mathematical problem that no one can actually work out the gravitational relationship and motion between three different bodies at one time. You have to break it up into two, and they'll just say, oh, well, yeah, but you can do it just by breaking it up into two. And then it's greatly debated about if it's even possible with three. So that's basically a really layman terms explanation.
Thank you, sir.
You're muted, sir.
Just to keep everybody apprised, I'm going to let this go for about another 15 minutes, and then we'll pick up with it tomorrow night at the for the conclusion of this, because these are some pretty good questions, and I'm liking the answers, you know, on both sides, you know. Williams, at least he's trying, but I don't think he's got a whole big leg to stand on, but we'll see. Anyway.
Free Palestine, $5. Flat Earth equals science. Spinning ball lost in vacuum equals pseudoscience. Be smarter. Avoid globe lies. Avoid pseudoscience. Vaccines too.
I I'd love to respond to that. So, again, I would just love to push again.
I kind
Occam's
of shouldn't
razor.
have read the question of the part about vaccines. If you
Right, yeah, I was gonna say
answering that,
keep
let's
that
avoid
part
that.
like keep that part hush, William. I don't know if you're familiar with the.
I wasn't going to talk about
Go
that.
ahead. Yeah, cool. Just making sure. Carry on.
That's okay. Just keep constantly pushing Occam's razor to the very forefront of your mind. Either all of the universe is wrong and all scientists are liars, or you don't have all the information.
All the universe is wrong? What the fuck does that even mean? You mean your information on the universe is wrong?
One of those is far more simple of an explanation than the other one.
I gotta respond to this real quick. Like, no one thinks all scientists are wrong, bro. That's poisoning the well. No one thinks that. You're gonna think that this guy who says that the Earth is geocentric is a PhD in physics. You're gonna think he's wrong. When I show you this other guy who has a PhD in physics says that the Earth is geocentric, you're going to say he's wrong. And when I show you Robert Bennett with the PhD in physics, who wrote his thesis on the rigid motion of bodies and relativity, says the Earth is geocentric, you're going to say that he's wrong. When I can show you all kinds of scientists that do experiments and think that the Earth's not moving and that there's an ether, blah, blah, blah. So not all scientists think anything. Okay, we don't think all scientists are wrong. We think that mainstream science is archaic, outdated, and dishonest about when things are disproven, and everyone believes things that are not true. There isn't some big elaborate conspiracy where people are in on a lie. They just believe the lie, bro. So, I mean, come on.
You're right. Witsit? I shouldn't have said all scientists. I should have said 99.99% of all scientists.
Now, when you say ether, essentially you're
They're all
talking about
wrong or
Aristotle.
lying to you. Either
About what?
Aristotle. Whenever you say ether, it was his vision of what explained the movement of air or the ether or space, and that all would have to surround around Aristotle's belief, which if you're going to hinge on Aristotle's ether, then you should really look, or everybody in chat, not you, everybody in chat should really look up Aristotle's ether. I mean, sure, it's going to say ball because Aristotle believed ball, but you will notice that the whole idea behind the ether was that there were circular, the word circular, but I can't think of the word at the moment, movements in the heavens which formed balls out of ether, of light, and he also included that to be the earth. That's just Aristotle's belief. So I mean, if you're going to hinge on this word ether, then you should know where the word ether comes from. So it's probably a good idea to look up that ether word.
Yep, good idea, folks. Some interesting shit, you know. If you just don't, you look at everything, not just what they give you.
All of those people are wrong or lying to you, or you as an individual do not have all of the information. One of those is far more simple than the other one. Occam's razor.
All right. Next question, $5. Wisco Matt again for Witsit. What is dark matter and dark energy? And why do they claim 95% of the universe is made up of it?
Yeah, so really quickly, if you assume gravity, what it says is if there's a certain amount of mass, then there's a certain amount of gravity. So when they looked at the sky, assuming that's true, they found out that there's way too much gravity without the mass needed. So gravity can't be true. So instead of being like, okay, obviously our belief in gravity is wrong, they said, oh, there must be something there that's undetected, undefined. No one can even figure out what it could be theoretically, and we'll put it in mathematically. It was discovered in 1933 by Fritz Zwicky. He saw the galaxy cluster was actually keeping all the galaxies inside the cluster when there wasn't, there was only 1% of the mass predicted by gravity to be able to keep it in there. So instead of saying I'm wrong, they just added 99% made up mass. And that's dark matter. Dark energy is that the accelerative expansion of the universe required to explain why it just looks like the Earth is in the center of the universe. And it's just a major illusion, going back to Edwin Hubble in 1925, I believe it was, that in order for something to be accelerating, some say 4 to 8 times faster than the speed of light now, the universe is supposedly accelerating, then you have to have some energy source to make it accelerate. It's called a cosmological constant, giving the Hubble constant, and no one knows what it is, can't find it. When we have vacuum energy on the Earth and tried to assume it's in space, it was off by 10 to the 120th power. So those are the dark matter and dark energy problems. Side note, a geocentric model has a kinematic and dynamic equivalence and validity, but does not have the dark matter or dark energy problem, which means it's actually at least 96% more viable than a heliocentric Big Bang cosmology. So that's rough.
So dark matter does not, well, I guess, I don't know if I should be responding if we're short on time with the questions.
It's your guys'
Okay.
time. You
Okay.
can respond. Just when you do respond.
I was thinking when they said the guy that discovered dark matter, I was like, the guy that discovered nothing. Awesome. There you go.
He'll have the last word for sure. No, dark matter does not disprove gravity. Does not. Well, yeah, it doesn't disprove gravity because dark matter acts like matter. It acts like the thing we define matter as, which is something that creates gravity. So it doesn't defy all of physics. It's acting like mass.
Slack huddles enable quicker decision making. You don't have to spin up a 30-minute meeting, talk in depth about a topic that could be resolved in 5 minutes. Huddles
And it won't
is the
let you
best
skip it
feature that has
anyway.
ever existed.
Get 50% off Slack Pro, a more productive way to work.
When you have these woke revolutions, it requires
that one
all
can
of
be
us
skipped.
at some point to say,
I'm
no,
pushing it. It's not
going to do
working.
this.
It's not working.
A nation has
Go
to have
away.
civic education. They have to know what the Constitution is. They have to know what the First Amendment is. They have to have some idea who the people were that died at Shiloh. What Okinawa.
But it's
The first one was
what we normally
unskippable, but that
see
one was
also
skippable. I
associated
goofed around trying to act like I was skipping it.
Yeah, what the hell, man? Every 2 minutes. YouTube must be getting desperate for the funds.
Mass, which is
probably why they fuck their creators over so bad.
Visibility. We don't see
Sometimes
it.
that can also
Can't
be
detect-
added in by creators. I find that most usually a commercial that is unskippable. Now, this is from people that I know who have monetized channels. They say those commercials are commercials that they have placed in, they have decided to add so that they get the revenue.
I've seen that too. But this one, these are really bad. Same fucking commercials over and over and over. Insane.
Detect it with other instruments, but it's still mass because it's still acting as imposing of gravity on things. It doesn't discredit all of the other gravitational equations we've measured throughout our entire existence as human beings. It's still mass. What's it? Last word.
Yeah, that's called a reification fallacy. It's like, I assume gravity is true. So even though I can't detect it, I'm just going to assume it's true and act like it's there. And you're attributing qualities to it. Tons of people don't even think in mainstream physics, don't even think dark matter is a thing. That's why they're proposing modified Newtonian dynamics. There's over 200 published papers on NASA's own database trying to replace the version of gravity that requires dark matter. Okay, so there's no evidence for it. It is a major problem. It's because no gravity will ever work if it's proportionate to mass. But you know what would work? Something electromagnetic, because I can have two magnets that are the same size, right? The same exact mass, but one can be way stronger than the other one. So you're limited proportion to mass because of your spherical assumption. Dark matter is a major problem in cosmology, and it's actually even been falsified with sigma phi confidence with dark matter halos. So dark matter can exist even in your own paradigm. So yeah, it is a problem. Either relativity in your gravity is wrong, or there's something magical there that we can never find and we have to just assume is true. So, to each their own, I guess.
Thanks, Witsit.
All right, and that's a good place. 154.10.
No, I can help you out on that a little bit on being able to play certain videos without having any commercials or whatnot and still not paying YouTube. If you get a downloader, usually they're pretty cheap, like anywhere from $9 to $20. You can just pop and download it, and it grabs it without any commercials. It depends on your downloader. You don't even give that person a click or a view. You're like an invisible ghost that just grabs the video. But if you click on it, of course, you gave them a click or a view.
Right.
But there's ways to
sure
not.
I do that. I do that from time to time. In this case right here, I don't mind giving modern day debates a view, a click. In fact, I put a thumbs up on this one.
Right. Like when I come up here, I give you a click and a view, and then later I use the downloader to download the crap,
I'll grab, in fact, I'll put the link to this here in the chat for everybody to the full video. and they can go and watch the rest of it if they want to tonight, or, you know, like you said, download it and use it for something later, whatever the case may be. I may download it myself. There's some good points made in this. So
I think you should go up on a debate like that. I haven't ever seen you do a debate like that.
You know, it's really it's hard to there's not very many of these guys that are like William would be okay, I'm sure. I mean, he had a tendency to want to be, you know, arrogant and that kind of shit. But I think once he was reined in on his interrupting and shit, he was all right. He was cordial. It's hard to find people that can do that. It really is. And especially amongst those that are truly in this belief system. And even if you bring in these people that are obviously globe shills, okay, and I'm talking about McToon and Fight the Fat Ass and you know, those guys, dude, they're impetulant children right from the fucking get-go. They are impetual. They're just little children. They're horrible. They're horrible. We've seen McToon's display of that here, and I wasn't going to put up with it. Fuck him. He couldn't demonstrate what he said he was coming to demonstrate, and he wanted to be an asshole about it. So fuck off. So Fight the Fat Ass. I talk to him constantly on Twitter. So, but he doesn't really bring any. That dude just should stop showing his face. I mean, for real. I mean, he's got to have some kind of a fucking some kind of a contract or something. I can't see somebody that would want to willingly make that big of an ass of themselves every time they appear on camera. But
it's probably that NASA cup or that tab can.
You know, I think this is just like, here's a scenario, right? Some government agency catches you with shit that you're not supposed to have. And a jail sentence would most likely end up in you getting beat up and fucking harassed and or killed if you were locked up. That's all I'll say. So this government agency says, so you know what happens to people like you. I think we have another thing maybe you can do as part of this penance. Now, we're going to have you on tight lockdown. We're going to be monitoring you. And this is what you have to do. Blah, 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 blah. You seem to be smart enough and qualified enough that you can follow this script. So go. And I really do. I think that there's a great deal of them that are in that type of a predicament or situation, because even with McToon, and I don't know, it's hard to say with Fight the Flat Ass, that they're dumb enough to continue along the same scripted bullshit when it gets handed back to them time and time again.
You know, that's an interesting theory. Kind of like the UFO theory, you know, that people talked about UFOs for a long time, and, you know, everybody said no, 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 but there were government workers who actually came out and, you know, basically tried to out the government. Now, whether or not there's UFOs, I don't know. But and as far as the address to Congress, I don't think Congress ever stated that there was UFOs. It was a guy who came up and talked in front of Congress who said that the government was looking into UFOs. I think Congress pretty much just, you know, ignored it, which is what would happen in a hoax like that. But
well, see, that's the thing too. When do real whistleblowers ever make it to testify?
Yeah, but as far as that goes, there are whistleblowers that come out, and it's in every field, in all kinds of different little things. When these conspiracy theories come out that actually are conspiracy realities, we tend to find that a lot of people over time have been coming out and saying, hey, man, there's this thing happening before it starts becoming a conspiracy reality, and then they have to admit to it, you know.
Or at
even
least
such
give
as
you
the black
their
bird, even such as the black bird, before the president ever accidentally said Blackbird Project, there were people talking about a secret spy plane
Yeah.
that they were working on. And, you know, I've never ever heard anybody say that they were forced to do YouTube flat earth because they were government. And that's an interesting, now that would be like you could form your entire, you could form a whole channel. If you
Oh,
were
sure.
forced to watch it, you could be that guy doing, not saying you, but the person that got told that they had to do YouTube. Somebody would come out and be like, man, there's a big conspiracy, guys. The government is forcing you to be YouTubers. They're
Oh, no,
trying to
they're not
get you to
forcing you.
make as
Look,
many
look,
YouTube
think about
videos
this.
as possible.
Think about this. There's off books deals that go on all the time. Listen, hey, you don't have to do this. You can go ahead and just serve your sentence normal if you want to. It's your choice. Okay.
Well, the
But
other opposite choice would be a forcing. I mean,
you
because
know, so
if you don't want to do
you're
it,
not being forced. You're not being forced. You've already been found guilty. You've already been found guilty. So you're going to pay a penance. You can either do this or you can do this. Now, if you're doing this for us and you've got a certain amount of a quota, you've got a quota that you have to meet. Okay. So there ain't going to be no slacking off on this. You have a quota to meet. You see? And if you don't meet that quota, well, baby, we're revoking that and you're gone.
well, yeah, but just to no slacking off, that's when the person decides to say, oh, yeah, well, I'm just going to go out it to everybody. And, you know, when there was paper information being given out, and when people had word of mouth spread, it was easy to kind of get rid of something. But there's people all the time, all over the internet, calling out the government for all kinds of things, some proven and some not proven.
Right.
So I think that there would be at least one YouTuber that has been forced to, as a sentence,
but
make a flat earth video. I would think that there would be at least one YouTuber that came out and said, hey, guy, it's all a hoax.
Well, would they? Would it be allowed? Would it be allowed? Would it make it past? Would it make it past the upload stage?
Well, they allow other conspiracy theories.
Yeah, they do. But if it goes against, for instance, there's a certain things that went on over the last 3 years that if I talk about, they'll shut my channel down. Okay.
Well, but there are channels that are talking about it very freely, and there are channels who've actually suggested that there's some hinky to it. And those channels aren't having problems because
Isn't
they're
that
not
suspect?
saying it as if they are knowledgeable in any subject.
Well, I think it's quite suspect. I really do. It is very suspect because I've actually used the information from another channel, such as you suggest, in my video and still had it struck for that which was in the video that was still up.
You sure you didn't have it struck because of comments
No,
made by
'cause they
either
said-
you,
no, they-
me, or anybody in the panel
it
after you played the
specifically
video?
said medical misinformation.
Right. I mean, after you played the medical information video and then made comments upon it,
No.
you sure it's not
They
the
gave the
comments upon
timestamp
it?
even. I had the timestamp on that one. Absolutely. Because we
That's
even made it a
interesting.
point. We even made it a point to say that this is just this is his opinion. People here don't necessarily agree with this. They still took it down. Those ones that don't get struck for doing shit and they hit the little channels for doing the exact same fucking thing, that's very suspect. I find that, and that's why I'm very suspicious of huge channels. I am really suspicious of them. Because
I used to think that I am suspicious of huge channels in other ways. I believe that there is a large assortment of people buying subs and buying views, and it's provable in their content. I won't name any names, but there's one that I know that had like I don't know, he had like 13,000 subs or something like that. And on the view, he had 780 some views. And then he got some 24,000 likes on that video. How? How do you get
yeah.
likes unless somebody actually went over and watched it? How are you missing views and getting more likes than views? That's somebody who
Listen, it's
purchased likes.
happened. It's happened with Brian Stabley. I witness it after every show. I see it after every show.
Deleting likes. I definitely see deleting likes and views.
Views too.
But you'll notice they delete them equally. They delete that person's like and their view.
They delete views, man. What you see, like when you pull up somebody's channel and see their videos, okay, you see, say, let's just say it says 750 views, right? I pull it up in studio and it'll say like 975.
Yeah, there is definitely a contradiction in views.
They're
but I don't see that large of a like turnover being a you know, I get it.
Yeah.
I get around 20 people and then I'll look at my video and it'll say that I have 1 view.
Right.
I have noticed though that it seems maybe that those numbers are added in, kind of trickle in over time.
Right. Well, listen, I'll tell you, we'll discuss that some more. I'm about 5 minutes past getting off when I wanted to.
Awesome.
So we'll continue this tomorrow at the 1 hour and 54 mark of the modern day debate between William and Witsit Gets It. Should be pretty enjoyable. They're in the Q&A part, so that's usually pretty entertaining too. But I like the answers and the rebuttals that are being given back and forth. I do see William using a lot of assumptive shit. You know, I mean, he keeps going back to that fucking Newtonian gravity, even though he doesn't realize he's doing it. He's so immersed in it that he keeps going back to it. But anyway, we'll see everybody tomorrow night. Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. And if you have a doctor, don't let him give you twiddle twaddle and bahui.
Remember, you don't have to be wise. Just don't submit to stupid.
That's right. Absolutely. All right. Good night, everybody.
Night.